Good afternoon, everyone. Today is Monday, April 20th. Lindsay Jones as her backup. From our county attorney's office, we have Frank Haug and Christine Lucassen. And I will turn things over to our planning manager, Jenny Axmaker, who's going to give a few instructions about how the proceedings will work today. She'll introduce their staff, and then it'll come back to us, and we'll talk about what's on the agenda.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And time limits will be implemented by the chair. Please wait to speak until Please wait to speak until recognized by the chair. Please maintain civility, refraining from audience applause, comments, or disruptions, whether positive or negative. Anyone who is disruptions, whether positive or negative. Anyone who is disruptive during the hearing will be asked to leave. Please make all comments to the Board of County Commissioners from the podium. Please make all comments to the Board of County Commissioners from the podium. A portable microphone is available as needed. Please state your name at the beginning of your comments and provide the thank you.
Thank you, Jenny. So we will move on to the items on the agenda this afternoon. There's one item on the consent agenda this afternoon. That item is the Murdoch Properties LLC rezoning, file number 24, zone 3605. This is a request of rezoning a 1 acre parcel from rural residential our state's subdivision file number 21 land 4194. The request here is a preliminary plat approval for a subdivision to divide an existing 19.97 acre lot into 4 single-family residential lots located in the RR2 Rural Residential Zoning District. So that is our agenda for the afternoon. So we're going to begin with that consent agenda item. I will ask Humane Third Revised Ordinance, and I believe that Amy White will be telling us about this item.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Amy White, Code Compliance Supervisor. Just for a little bit of background, recently there's been strong interest in prohibiting the sale of roadside puppies and kittens, primarily as that has becoming more and more frequent. The animals being sold are largely from out of state and are not regulated, and the state authority is not able to respond in time if these sellers even qualify for the appropriate licensure. Thus, there are people selling pets without any oversight or protections for the animals or the consumers. NoCo Humane receives many complaints about these activities throughout the year and throughout the county, but are limited to looking at only welfare violations and can't prevent the actual sale of the animals. So we propose to add Article 8, Roadside Sale of Animals Prohibited, to the county's animal ordinance to enhance the enforcement opportunities for NoCo Humane. This would still allow for entities who do not meet the state requirements to continue to care for animals and continue to operate. This addition does not interfere with current business or shelter rescue activities which are still needed. So here is the proposed new language. Article 8, Roadside Sale of Animals Prohibited. Section 6-153, Unlawful to Sell on Roadside. A. It shall be unlawful for any person to sell, trade, barter, lease, rent, give away, or display for any purpose a live animal on a roadside, public right-of-way, commercial parking lot, or at an outdoor special sale, swap meet, flea market, parking lot sale, or similar event. B, this section does not apply to 1, an agent of a business that is licensed by the Colorado Department of Agriculture to operate as a pet store, an event primarily for the sale of agricultural livestock such as hoofed animals or fowl commonly raised for food, dairy, or fiber products, or 3, a tax-exempt nonprofit organization founded for the purpose of providing humane sanctuary or shelter for abandoned or unwanted animals and is licensed by the state the Colorado Department of Agriculture as a pet animal shelter or pet animal rescue pursuant to CRS 35-80-102.
Thank you, Amy. I don't believe there's anything further required on this item. Is that correct?
That's correct, Madam Chair. We have to read it into the record. We'll set a second hearing if people want to add any public comment about it at that time, and then we'll publish it in the newspaper.
Thank you, Frank. So any comments from the commissioners before we move on from this item? Okay, we had heard about this item in a work session, and so appreciate you, Amy, bringing it forward and doing the reading of that revised language. And we'll remind folks in the audience and online that we are happy to take public comment on this item at the second hearing. And you're welcome to send us emails in the meantime. So we will move on to our first public hearing discussion item, which is the continuation from March 24th, 2025. As a reminder, this is the Platte River Power Authority Rawhide 1041 permit, 24 zone 3715. So is there a staff report before we go to the applicant?
There's a brief staff presentation if you'd like to hear it.
Thank you. Thank you, Cassidy.
Thank you and good afternoon. My name is Cassidy Fior and I'm a principal planner here at Larimer County. As was mentioned previously, this is a continuation of a previous hearing, so I will not be going through all of the standard project details as I would, but wanted to give some background given the length of time that has passed since the original hearing. So project timeline. Originally, a pre-application meeting was held on April 16th, 2024, followed by a neighborhood meeting on August 14th, 2024, held by the applicant. A pre-submission meeting was held on August 29th of 2024, followed by the submittal of the application on October 17th, 2024. The application was subsequently deemed complete on December 13th, 2024, and it went before the Larimer County Planning Commission on February 12th, 2025, with a recommended approval to the Board of County Commissioners on a 5-4 vote. The first Larimer County Board of County Commissioners meeting for this item was held at 3 p.m. on March 10th, 2025. This meeting resulted in a request for additional information from the applicant by the Board of County Commissioners, and the item was continued to the March 24th, 2025 Board of County Commissioners hearing. At the March 24th, 2025 Board of County Commissioners hearing, it resulted in a further continuance following a request by the applicant to today's date being April 21st of 2025. Additional information as requested by the board was provided on March 28th of 2025, and a subsequent response to public comment, which is included in your packet, was submitted by the applicant today in response to public comment. We heard a large volume of public engagement for this item. So this is a project summary based on our a public input tool. So we had over 1,600 views, approximately 178 participants, and over 400 comments on this application. There's a brief snapshot of how people found or commented on this application based on the chart on your screen, which allows staff to understand a little bit better how public input is seen and public comment provided. There was a lot of input provided both for and against the proposal. And these are some of the common keywords that came up through those comments, the green indicating positive and the red indicating negative, with gray indicating neutral. With respect to the additional information, it was requested as it related to criteria C and criteria E, including mitigation hierarchy, alternatives considered, and climate change based on the March 10th, 2025 hearing. It should be noted that this project is also subject to various other requirements at other levels of government, including air permits through the state of Colorado. Staff have reviewed the additional information and public comment provided and can confirm that the additional information as provided by the applicant addresses the request for additional information and continues to meet the applicable criteria of approval for 1041 permits as contained in the Larimer County Land Use Code, including those for power plants. As a result, staff have not recommended any additional proposed conditions of approval at this time following the review of the additional information. I can go into greater detail on those review criteria or the proposed conditions if that's something that the board would like. But staff continue to find that based on a review of the submitted documentation, including the additional information and response from the applicant, the Article 4.0 development standards in the Larimer County Land Use Code, the Article 10.9.1 criteria for all 1041 permit applications, and the Article 10.10.1 additional criteria for power plants, the proposed PRPA Rawhide 1041 permit application satisfies all applicable criteria as discussed in detail in the related staff reports and staff memorandums, subject to the implementation of the conditions of approval as recommended by staff. And here's my suggested motion. If you would like to hear the review criteria or the conditions of approval again, I'm happy to go through those. Thank you.
Thank you, Cassidy. Any questions for Cassidy, or would you like additional information that she can provide? Go ahead, Commissioner Shattuck McNally.
Cassie, how long would it take you? Just a couple minutes to read through all those? I wouldn't mind that, Madam Chair, just for the folks listening in. I think it'd be a good grounding.
Sure, that's fine. That's Cassidy will give us additional information on the criteria. Commissioner Cavalis.
Sure. So overall, the review criteria for approval of all 1041 permits can be divided into 10 major themes, being resources of state and national significance, neighborhoods and property, environmental resources, public safety, county planning and IGAs, the Article 4 development standards in the Land Use Code, adequate public facilities and services, environmental health and hazards, response to referral agencies, and the technical and financial feasibility of the project and mitigation. So these first four primarily relate to the impacts to property held by others, whether the proposed project is consistent with any applicable IGAs affecting land use and development, that the applicant has adequately considered reasonable siting and design alternatives, including co-location when requested by Larimer County, or shown why such alternatives are not available or not feasible, and why the proposed project is the best alternative available. Criteria D is that the proposal is technically and financially feasible. Criteria E primarily relates to the environment, including air quality, surface water quality, and stream and river health, groundwater quality, ecological and functional health of wetlands and riparian areas, terrestrial and aquatic animal life, terrestrial and aquatic plant life, soils and geologic conditions, and visual quality. Criteria F is that the proposed project demonstrates how it mitigates impacts on rivers, streams, and wetlands to the greatest extent possible, including following a mitigation hierarchy to first avoid impacts to resources of highest value, secondly, minimize the impacts that are unavoidable, and finally, mitigate any impacts that occur. Criteria G is that the proposed project will not result in an unreasonable risk of releases or of exposure to hazardous materials. Criteria H is that the proposed project will not have a significant adverse effect on or will adequately mitigate significant adverse effects on any adjacent existing land use and development patterns. Criteria I is that the proposed project will not have any significant impact on natural resources of statewide importance. Criteria J is that the proposed project will not adversely affect any sites on the state or national registers of historic places. Criteria K is that the proposed project will not significantly impact public health and safety. L, M, and N relate to the capacity of local governments to provide services, including adequate public facilities and services such as water and wastewater, and will not be subject to the risk of significant damage or harm to human life or structures. Criteria O is that the proposed project will not significantly degrade any current or foreseeable future sector of the local economy. Criteria P is that the proposed project will not unduly degrade the quality or quantity of recreational opportunities and experience. Criteria Q is that the planning, design, and operation of the proposed project will reflect principles of resource stewardship and conservation. Criteria R is that the proposed project will not interfere with the public view of scenic viewsheds, ridgelines, or vista, and other locations. Criteria S is that the applicant will mitigate any construction impacts to county roads, bridges, and related facilities, and that construction accesses will be regraded and revegetated. Criteria T is that the benefits in terms of physical improvements, enhanced services, or environmental impacts of the proposed project outweigh the losses of any natural resources or reduction of productivity of agricultural lands. Criteria U is that the application demonstrates that the costs to mitigate the proposed project are proportional to the benefits achieved by mitigation. And criteria V is that the recommendations of staff and referral agencies have been addressed to the satisfaction of the county commissioners. There are additional criteria specific to power plants, and these include that the proposed transmission facilities have been identified and included as part of the power plant project. The facility site or expansion area is not in an area with the general meteorological meteorological and climatological conditions which would unreasonably interfere with or obstruct normal operations and maintenance. That the proposed project will not present an unreasonable risk of exposure to or the release of toxic or hazardous substances within the impact area, including the following considerations of outdoor storage facilities for fuel, raw materials, equipment, and related items, the likelihood of hazardous materials or waste being moved off the site by natural causes or forces, and the containment of inflammable or explosive liquids, solids, or gases. Criteria C for power plants includes that the nature and location of the facility or expansion will not unduly interfere with the existing easements, rights-of-way, other utilities, canals, mineral claims, or roads. That adequate electric, gas, telephone, water, sewage, and other utilities exist or shall be developed. That the scope and nature of the proposed project will not unnecessarily duplicate existing service within the county. That if the purpose and need for the proposed project are to meet the needs of an increasing population within the county, the area and community development plans and population trends clearly demonstrate a need for such development. And then criteria E pertains to wind power plants, which is not applicable in this case. Would you like me to go through the conditions of approval as well?
Did you want her to go through those, Commissioner? Commissioner Kafalis, did you want Cassidy to go through these conditions of approval?
No.
Okay. I think we're good, Cassidy. Thank you. Any other questions for Cassidy before we?
I'd like to make a comment.
Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Cassidy, for all the information. I just want to say that from my perspective, in my opinion, after having reviewed everything multiple times, it seems to me the key discussions tonight ought to focus on the review criteria C and E. C, again, having to do with, it's not, in my opinion, it's not so much about issues of where the proposed aeroderivative gas turbines are to be located. It's more about air quality issues and emissions and whether or not, based on the IRP, the Integrated Resource Plan, the applicant has done adequate due diligence to consider whether that's the best alternative, the only alternative. And I think that's, criterion C. And then with E, of course, it gets into the mitigation hierarchy, avoidance, minimization, and mitigation as it relates to those issues. So from my perspective, those are the most important things that we can hopefully discern this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Please note, excuse me, yeah, we don't take outbursts from the audience, and the reason that we don't do that is because we want a fair hearing. So there is fairness that each side should be heard equally without any boos or chanting or clapping. Otherwise, people with maybe an opposing view might feel uncomfortable stating that view, and we have to have a fair hearing here. That's really important. So I would ask folks to not have those outbursts, and I will gavel if you don't do that. So thank you. I appreciate that. Commissioner Shattuck McNally, did you have any comments or questions before we move on?
No, thank you, Madam Chair.
And I think that Commissioner Kafalis, thank you for your comments, and certainly would encourage both the applicant and the people that will be speaking this afternoon to keep their comments to those items and the new information that is being presented today, and not necessarily rehash things that we've already talked about at the last meeting. So that I think that's a good reminder for folks. I'll just talk a little bit about how the hearing will run tonight. So the applicant will have 15 minutes to present their new information that they have that was provided to the public on March 28th. Is that right, Cassidy? Or Jenny? Was it March 28th? Those materials became public on March 28th.
I believe they became public on the 31st.
Oh, on the 31st,
Monday.
I apologize.
Correct.
Okay. They became public on the 31st. And so after that, we'll give people in the audience and online 2 minutes to speak. Again, you'll be speaking just on the new information that's being presented. So that'll include people who had the opportunity to speak last time. So that would have given you a total of 5 minutes to speak on this item. But we would ask you with the 2 minutes not to be necessarily repetitive. If somebody has already stated that information, you can just say, I agree with that information. But certainly would give you the 2 minutes to speak and to be able to speak to this new information. When that is done, we will, the applicant will have 5 minutes of rebuttal, and then we'll bring it back to the commissioners for questions and deliberation, and then we'll hopefully be done, and we won't have to continue this again. So that is how this afternoon will proceed. So we will ask the applicant to come up and present, and there again you'll have 15 minutes. I don't know if you have multiple speakers, but you'll have to divide the time between the speakers. Thank you.
I'll just give Matt a chance to pull it up. All right. Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Kathleen Pritchard. I am an attorney at the law firm Wellborn Sullivan in Denver. I am here today on behalf of Platte River regarding its 1041 application. I want to start with who Platte River is and why it has submitted this application. Platte River is a not-for-profit, community-owned utility. It was created by and exists to serve the city governments that formed it. 50 years ago, Estes Park, Fort Collins, Loveland, and Longmont came together. They reached an agreement to create Platte River Power Authority. They did so they could control their own energy future, so their growing communities would have the reliable power they need. It is this governmental joint action agency that is before you today with this application. I know you have heard a lot about this application over the last few months. There have been multiple filings and hearings. There have been a lot of public comments expressing strong emotions, particularly about the environmental impacts. Some of these comments have provided conflicting other information, and others have asked you to stray outside the scope of the applicable 1041 permit regulations. My job today is to simplify everything you have heard. The question before you is whether Platte River's application complies with the applicable review criteria of the Land Use Code. That application seeks to build 5 natural gas-fired aeroderivative turbines on an existing power plant already dedicated to this use. There is no perfect solution, but there is a right answer. The right answer is to approve Platte River's permit application. As the evidence in the record shows, and as I'll cover today, Platte River's application applies with all the applicable review criteria of the Land Use Code. It does this by allowing Platte River to close its coal-fired facilities and replace that energy almost entirely with wind and solar, while still providing affordable power to Larimer County every minute of every day. As you hear this evidence from Platte River, I urge you to focus solely on the review criteria that must form the basis of your decision. Those criteria in Article 10 of the Land Use Code. To the extent comments invite the commissioners to look beyond those criteria, our view is that doing so would be improper. Platte River's application has been carefully reviewed by your own technical staff and the Larimer County Planning Commission. They both recommend approval of this permit because it meets all the applicable review criteria. There is widespread support for this project among experts and the communities who Platte River serves. It includes all the folks listed on this slide, where you'll see Platte River's Board of Directors, including the mayors of Estes Park, Fort Collins, Loveland, and Longmont. It also includes leaders of other Colorado utilities, including Colorado Springs Utilities, Core Electric Cooperative, and United Power. Just like Larimer County, Platte River is a governmental agency whose responsibility is to the health and safety of those it serves. Platte River provides the power on which all of the county's vital services rely. Platte River must keep power flowing to these services at all times, 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. It must always protect these foundational pillars of providing power that is reliable, environmentally responsible, and financially sustainable. Platte River has aggressive decarbonization goals. The best option to maintain these three pillars during that process is to approve Platte River's application for these turbines. That's because these turbines will complement the swings of renewable energy by filling in when the wind isn't blowing or it is fluctuating dramatically. Platte River will be able to replace its coal-fired facilities entirely with wind and solar precisely because of these turbines' reliability. Experts and utilities across Colorado and the country have reached the same conclusion. Utilities need quick-starting resources like gas turbines to complement renewable energy as we move towards a decarbonized future. NREL, the National Renewable Energy Laboratory, reached this exact conclusion in evaluating Xcel Energy's plan last year. It said that Xcel will need the, quote, unique resilience value, end quote, of gas turbines as it becomes more dependent on wind and solar. You recently received this letter of support from Thomas Falcone, the president of the Large Public Power Council. That council represents the nation's largest public power systems, which serve over 30 million customers. In his words, of our members, Platte River has one of the most aggressive decarbonization targets, and Platte River aligns with its peer utilities who depend on natural gas power plants to balance renewables and protect reliability. The common thread here is that for utilities across the country to expand their renewable energy, they must be able to call upon quick-starting resources to fill in during crucial moments. I want to underscore that point. These utilities, including Platte River, are not adding quick-starting resources to simply swap coal for gas. Instead, these resources are necessary to bring more renewable energy online. We know this is true because utilities like Platte River deploy their resources to minimize costs to customers. Generally speaking, wind and solar are used first because they do not have marginal fuel costs. When solar panels and wind turbines are producing, utilities bring as much of that renewable energy onto the grid as possible. But because the output of these resources can change suddenly and often, utilities must have a reliable safety net. That's the role of these quick starting turbines. They step in only when needed to keep the grid stable. The commissioners asked for this continued hearing to better understand how Platte River has met its burden of proof. The evidence before you shows that Platte River has met every single applicable criteria in the land use code shown on this slide. The green check marks on this slide reflect the conclusions your technical staff has already reached. I want to focus specifically on criteria C and E. They encompass the other criteria, and the commissioners have asked specifically for more information about these two. On this slide, you'll see the exact language from criteria C and E broken into bullet points, so you can see how everything I'm saying ties directly to each one of these bullet points. I'll start with Platte River's evaluation of the reasonable siting and design alternatives. Platte River looked at other sites, but the Rawhide station is clearly the right place for this project. Siting the project anywhere else would conflict with the land use code. It is an existing site already dedicated to power generation on Platte River's private property. It's zoned for industrial heavy for this kind of use, and it will use Platte River's existing roads and infrastructure to reduce the cost. Any new undeveloped site would be more expensive and could have significant impacts to the environment and property owned by others. Other alternatives are not available or feasible. Among other things, Platte River looked at 4-hour battery technology, but it can't be the only solution here because the technology is more expensive and less reliable. Platte River also considered other gas-fired options, including relying solely on its existing gas turbines. But those options either produced more emissions, can't respond quickly enough to the ups and downs of renewable energy, or both. And the reality is Platte River cannot wait any longer for other technologies to become commercially viable. We have to make decisions today to meet our clean energy goals. The project is the best alternative based on need. The evidence before you shows that this project is necessary to shut down Platte River's coal-fired facility and replace almost all that energy with wind and solar. This slide is a snapshot in time from April 24. It shows the customer demand in black, the wind resources in blue, and the green resources are solar. The purpose of this slide is to show you how wind and solar output can fluctuate dramatically. This figure does not show you all the renewable energy Platte River had online on this specific day, like its hydropower. And it does not show the massive amount of wind and solar that Platte River plans to bring online in the next few years. Our projections show that by 2030, customer demand will be served 100% by renewables a large portion of the time. On those days, these turbines will not be used at all. What I want to focus on are the up and down spikes of these blue and green lines. These show the wind and solar fluctuating continuously throughout the day. These spikes represent the intermittency or intermittent availability of wind and solar. As more wind and solar are added, like Platte River plans to do, these spikes will only get bigger. The proposed turbines balance out these spikes so that when renewable output is high on windy, sunny days, these turbines can quickly ramp up and down to counterbalance the fluctuation of wind and solar. When renewables are not available at all, these turbines can fill in the gaps. It should be clear from this slide that Platte River cannot responsibly bring more renewables online without these turbines. So we know these turbines are needed. What some commenters have asked is how often will they be used? And the answer is only as needed. These turbines are just one tool in the toolkit we're using to support renewable energy. Another example is the battery project Platte River announced last month. Platte River will lean on those other tools as much as possible. But when those aren't enough to keep the grid stable, that's when these turbines will kick in. The project aligns with the goals of the Larimer County Comprehensive Plan and the development standards of Article 4 of the Land Use Code. The comprehensive plan emphasizes building community resilience and preparing for future environmental challenges. The evidence shows that the project supports these goals. It allows Platte River to replace coal-fired facilities almost entirely with wind and solar. It ensures reliable power around the clock. It minimizes land use conflict by siting the project at an existing power plant. And it helps build the necessary capacity to support the nearly 200,000 new residents expected in Larimer County by 2050. Platte River has worked with the county staff to identify conditions to avoid, minimize, and mitigate impacts to the extent possible. This slide shows you the mitigation hierarchy table that was included in Platte River's recent supplemental letter. It shows the over 30 conditions of approval that your technical staff recommended or Platte River voluntarily agreed to. A check mark in any one of these columns indicates that the condition avoids, minimizes, or mitigates impacts. These commitments by Platte River speak volumes. It shows Platte River's dedication to ensuring the county's environment is protected. That covers its air quality, surface water, groundwater, wetlands, animal life, plant life, soils, and visual quality. I want to highlight one of these resources. Some commenters have questioned the project's impact on air quality. These impacts have been addressed in two ways, through the mitigation hierarchy table and in Platte River's air construction permit application to the state's Air Pollution Control Division. That application required Platte River to evaluate whether the new turbines complied with all federal and state air quality regulations. That includes compliance with the federal NAAQS, or National Ambient Air Quality Standards, which are set to protect public health. As part of that process, Platte River modeled ozone and other emissions from the aeroderivative turbines. This modeling showed the project will comply with federal and state air quality regulations under all possible operating conditions. The overwhelming weight of evidence in this record is that the project does not exacerbate or worsen climate change. In fact, we know that this project will drastically reduce air emissions. After Platte River retires its coal-fired facilities and the proposed turbines come online, it will reduce CO2 by over 1.3 million tons per year, which represents a nearly 90% reduction compared to 2005 emission levels. There will also be reductions in ozone-forming pollutants like nitrogen oxide and volatile organic compounds, or VOCs. The blue bar in this slide shows the combined emissions from coal and the existing gas turbines based on average annual emissions from 21. The green bar represents estimates of combined emissions in 2030 from the existing gas turbines and the new aeroderivative turbines. As you can see, this shows significant reductions in pollutants across the board.
Thank you, Kathleen. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the applicant at this time? Any questions? Commissioner, did you? Go ahead, Commissioner Gonzalez, please.
So I have a variety of questions. First of all, Ms. Kathleen, Ms. Pritchard, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the presentation, and I appreciate that the Platte River Power Authority's, needing to move forward. We all need to move forward, and I'd like to ask some questions that I feel still haven't been addressed. Maybe they've been addressed in this document that says claims and responses or facts, but we haven't had a chance to review that. So, for example, if we focused on criterion C, and as I understand, so there are the 22 review criteria. We must base our decisions on those review criteria, plus the development standards in Article 4, plus anything additional that pertains to power plants or energy facilities. With regard to Article 10.9.c, setting aside the issues of locating the proposed turbines, I think it's zoned industrial, heavy industrial. That's not the issue. The issue in my mind is, how does this comport with aspects of our 2019 comprehensive plan, in particular as it relates to climate impact and air quality, and need for the project? And by that I mean, I'll try to make sense here, Kathleen, if that's all right.
Mm-hmm.
Totally understanding the need for the project in terms of population growth, and understanding about reliability, affordability, and environmental responsibility. Those three pillars, certainly agree with those three pillars. But I'd like to better understand, and I'll get to a question here in a moment, the need for the 5 aeroderivative combustion turbines. Because one of the points that was made in the document, the reply letter from the attorney for the Northern Colorado Partnership for Clean Energy, the memo that you all sent out on March 28th, the reply was on April 17th. But one of the comments made there, Kathleen and colleagues, is that in the integrated resource plan that I believe was approved 2018, or ultimately 2024, I may be wrong on those dates. It's hard to remember all of these things. But in there, it says that in terms of gas turbines, aeroderivative gas turbines, 160 megawatts of capacity, dispatchable capacity, is sufficient. And yet what we are considering here is up to 285 megawatts of combustion turbine dispatchable capacity. So I guess I'd like an explanation of that discrepancy. If the IRP says 160 and that 4 turbines might do the trick, why are we looking at 5 turbines and up to 285 megawatts? We see our CEO coming forward. But also in relation to, there was a little bit mention of the approval with the 400 megawatt battery storage project out in Weld County by the Black Hollow Solar Project, which is an amazing project. But there was a letter that we received April 9th. There's an agreement with New Era Energy Resources to develop this battery storage project over the next 20 years. And I guess I'm trying to understand, when we consider that, and back in March 10th, we were told that battery storage, the technology is not quite there yet we're investing or considering to invest. And I say all this with good intentions. I'm just trying to understand, have we met criteria C? And we'll get to E in a bit.
Yes.
I hope that makes sense, Kathleen.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. Let me break your question into 2 points really
Please.
quick, and then I'll let Mr. Frisbee take over. What I heard from you first, and I'm not sure if this is still your question, but do we need the turbines in general? And then
No, I didn't say. I was trying to get understanding
The
if the
specifics.
integrated resource plan identified 160 megawatts of capacity as sufficient to provide that reliability factor when there's intermittent energy from wind and solar, and perhaps hydro doesn't apply. Why are we looking at 5 turbines at 285 megawatts? And also in relation to this new development, which I think is great, regarding this long-term battery storage project that it looks like Platte River has worked out an agreement with one of the providers.
If I don't answer, come back, but I think I got it.
Thanks.
So let's deal with the capacity of the turbines in the IRP first. 285 megawatts would be for 5 turbines at sea level, and they're derated for altitude. We have experience with our existing gas turbines, our frame units, and so our engineering estimate of what their maximum output's going to be in the summertime is 40 megawatts. So 40 times 5 is the 200. So a 285 number, if you were to go to the GE website, it would show you that under certain temperature condition at sea level, they're going to put out X amount of capacity, but they're derated for us. So we're kind of at a disadvantage from that perspective. To your point of the 160 megawatts of why that isn't sufficient, in that model run, it adds quite a bit more battery capacity to help balance the intermittency, which drives up the cost, because we know the batteries are about 5x the gas turbines. So there were different scenarios, which is why we ended up at what we thought was the optimum scenario, which is the 200 megawatts at a mile high up at Rawhide, or 5 turbines. So it's never been 285. We don't need 285. We need about 200. To your question about the recent battery project, the last time we met with the commission, we were in the middle of negotiations. We weren't able to talk about it or announce it, so we wanted to share with you that we were able to sign that contract with NextEra. It's for 100 megawatts that will discharge over 4 hours. So in a 24-hour period of time, it will give you 400 megawatts. So 1/6 of a day, it's going to give you 100 megawatts. Okay? And then you got to wait, you got to recharge it, and then you can go again the next day per the contract. You can't just recharge, discharge. It would be cost prohibitive. It's written into the contract. The batteries would degrade so fast that you'd have to replace them. Probably the cells start replacing them after a couple of years. And so that technology is fine to be part of the solution. And we see it as part of a 3-pronged solution with the aeroderivative turbines and distributed energy resources, which you got a lot of letters from the utility directors we're working with our own communities on. So we view all 3 of those things as necessary. That's why we called it the optimal new carbon portfolio. We were trying to seek a balance that balanced the cost with the reliability, knowing that we were going to develop some DER and knowing that the storage. When you say the technology isn't there, that's the long duration storage piece, of which we've been evaluating for 5 years, and it's very promising. And I think that it's going to come along to the point that over the next decade or so, The prices are going to come down to where it's not cost prohibitive. That will be a game changer for the industry to the extent there's not a lot of people producing them. There's a couple of companies, Form Energy, one up in Oregon. That'll be a game changer over the next 20 years or so. So I think I got all of them, but let me know if I didn't.
May I please follow up a bit of a dialogue here?
Okay.
And just keeping in mind that I'm a simple county commissioner, I'm not an electrical engineer or or an attorney or anything like that. So I think, Sarah, what I heard is that one of the main reason for why the IRP says 160 megawatts, that would be the capacity at sea level, and because we're at a mile high, that's why we need 200 megawatts in order for each turbine to produce 40 megawatts when it's needed.
I'm not sure the 160 that you're referring to. A little bit backwards. You'd want the units are derated here, right? So at sea level, where 5 units will produce 285, they'll only produce 200 here. 160 was one of 5 scenarios that we looked at in the IRP. 200 was the optimal portfolio that the board approved because it was a balance in between the two. It didn't need as much battery storage and as much DER to keep the system reliable. Does that help?
Yes, it does. And the numbers have been thrown around a bit, 200, 285.
Yeah.
How can we assure the public that we are looking at up to 200 megawatts and not up to 285 based on this new development, this contract that is to be signed for additional long-term battery storage, as you described it, in addition to other measures that Platte River is undertaking regarding virtual power plants, distributed energy resources? How do we assure the public that we're not going up to 285? Because clearly the big issues for a lot of folks, including me, are issues related to air quality and issues related to emissions and how that impacts air quality as well as climate change matters.
Well, it's a difficult question to answer. I could bring up Jay Stepanski, who's a lot smarter than me and is an engineer, and he could explain to you that the D rate they can't produce more than that output at a mile high. So there's 5 turbines. That's where GE puts on their website. Everything's at sea level at optimum conditions. We can give you assurance. It's in the written documentation that you received today. I know you haven't had the time to look at it. But just for example, the existing frame turbines that we have, 388 megawatts of gas, right? The output of those at sea level, I don't know, Jace could probably do the math real quick, but it's somewhere probably around 470 megawatts. We have operating experience starting in 2002 till now. We know exactly the maximum capacity of those units compared to what GE's website said they would produce at sea level, and it's significantly less. They actually produce a little bit more in the wintertime, but it's the same. If you're concerned about emissions, you're putting the same amount of fuel in the turbine. The air is colder, it's more condensed in the winter, you're going to get a little bit more power out of it for the same amount of fuel input, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Now we're getting, it's a complex subject. I mean, we can, I can just tell you that we bought 5 turbines. The output of those turbines at a mile high is 201 megawatts, I think, based on our calculations.
No, I appreciate the discussion, sir. And I'm not intending to disparage or impugn anything.
No, I don't take it that way.
I just need to understand this.
Not at all.
Because as you said, this is more than complex.
Yeah.
Unless Commissioner Shattuck McNally, do you have anything? Otherwise, if you'll bear with me, I want to continue this conversation.
If you might, I'll go ahead and continue the conversation. So now that you've spoken, I have some questions, but I can ask when you're done. Thanks.
I'll just remind the commissioners that we have a lot of people waiting to speak in the audience as well, and 2 people.
I understand that, but I think this is
Go ahead, please.
the main opportunity to have this dialogue because it's an opportunity to have a bit of a dialogue. So I guess I'm wondering if you could. I think it relates to criterion C and actually getting into E, which is the issue of the mitigation hierarchy, avoidance. Minimization and mitigation. could you say more about the role of joining the Southwest Power Pool? Because from the last discussion we had on March 10th, I understood that an important reason for that is to be able to tap into energy when there's intermittent supply here locally. So, and also to put energy back into the system of that extensive power pool. Could you speak to that, sir?
Yeah, let me try to be brief. I could call Molly Vincent up who does this, but I'll give you my answer to the question. I think that when you join a market, you're trying to socialize all of the renewables on the system and do it over a larger footprint with the idea, because we have to pay for the energy coming out of the wind and solar project no matter what. And in a perfect world, it goes to serve our owner communities' load. But a lot of times we model that there's going to be a lot more wind and solar than we need, the four communities need. And so we want to move that in the market and let somebody else have that non-carbon energy. The converse is also true. There's a lot of times where maybe we're short and we can bring in renewables from others that are long during a period of time. The one important distinction is the only reason that the market works is that every single participant that's what's called a load serving entity can prove that they can stand on their own from a reliability standpoint. And so when we do modeling and analysis for our IRP, we're making sure that in a market, right, that we can serve our load 8,760 hours a year in all conditions independently. How we ultimately serve it in the market is typically a little bit different depending upon how much wind and solar is over a footprint, who's buying and who's selling. And so that's the one distinction is I can't rely, the market will not guarantee me that when I'm short, that I can buy. I have to be able to prove that I can meet independently and turn on whatever I need to keep the system reliable without the market.
Let me just offer one more question.
If that helps. I don't know if I just made it worse, but...
Goodness, all of this is helpful. Thank you. I'll offer one more question for now and then see where that takes us. And that is, one of the comments, concerns that have been raised is regarding the exporting of energy into the Southwest Power Pool on ozone alert days. And that according to the information, I wasn't able to fact check it, Platte River Power Authority, and I think you've done a great job. I mean, but people might get upset at me by saying that. But there's a history of overproducing energy more than we need or something along those lines. So I guess my question there is, what assurances can we give folks that on perhaps 45 days out of the year, because I think you applied to the Department of Public Health and Environment with your air quality permit that allows you a certain amount of hours to be able to produce energy. But the concern is on air quality alert days, what limitations or prohibitions so that we're not exporting when we're conceivably doing a lot of damage to the air when we're having bad ozone days.
So I'm not sure I understand the question in there.
I did the best I could.
No, I
guess what I'm trying to get at, sir, is...
I mean, we'll comply with state permits, we'll comply with your permits.
Yeah, but I get all that, but sometimes state permits, I don't know how much, I don't know what goes into approving state permits. I guess what I would like to see is some assurance that there's either limitation or perhaps exporting of energy into the Southwest Power Pool during high ozone alert days, that there would be some limitations or prohibitions on that.
I don't think I can give you that. I think that I wouldn't be allowed to be a market participant if I were to withhold energy when the market was calling for it. I mean, that's not... If I were on the other side of that and somebody had capacity or energy available and it was that or start shutting the lights off, I expect them to provide it. I mean, there's a lot more interchange of non-carbon energy than is ever going to be carbon-produced energy in a market because everybody's got to make sure that they're reliable. to your first point about, I don't know if you used the word, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth about evidence. It's 100% true that we overproduce at times to generate revenue that helps subsidize the rate. We've given numerous presentations to our board of directors of what would be the net effect of us just shutting down what we call surplus sales, additional sales. What would the net effect of that be? It'd be about an instant 10% rate increase. It would not improve the environment at all. In fact, you can make a case that it would make it significantly worse because somebody else's less efficient resources are going to fill in that void. And it's going to make the system less reliable. So when we talked about it with our board of directors on more than one occasion, it didn't meet any of the criteria of the organization. It wasn't better for the environment. It wasn't more reliable, and it didn't make things financially sustainable. And so we have chose to do that. The cost transition of this resource portfolio is largely driven by renewables. And one of the things that we've talked to the board about is we're being asked to make this transition in a short period of time. And so making surplus sales in a market means less money that we need to borrow to invest in this. I want to say this really clearly, over $2 billion in 10 years to make this energy transition. Over $2 billion being invested. The vast majority of that is going to wind, solar, and storage. The investment, vast majority.
I'm not sure if this is helpful, Commissioner Kafalis, but I wanted to jump in about the state permit too. I represent applicants in front of the Air Pollution Control Division seeking permits. The state Air Pollution Control Division requires applicants to model emissions. And in this case, Platte River modeled ozone emissions and concluded that under all possible operating conditions, it would comply with federal and state air quality standards. So that includes the national ambient air quality standards that are set to protect public health for ozone.
Thank you.
Commissioner Kafalis, I might add one other note as well. So in the additional information that was submitted on the air quality impacts, so for ozone, there's NOx and VOCs. Those are the precursors that lead to ozone formation. So right now, there's extensive work being done at the state level to try and determine what are the sources and what locale are contributing to the various monitors that are in the non-attainment area. The two closest ozone monitors to Rawhide Energy Station are both in Fort Collins West and Fort Collins Mason. The Fort Collins West monitor, which is on the graphic that we submitted earlier today, shows that it's got higher ozone levels that it reads versus Fort Collins Mason. So when you narrow in on what is the closest monitor to Rawhide that is showing elevated ozone, what work is being done to show what's contributing to that? So work that's been done by the state of Colorado shows there's kind of three buckets that you can put the sources that are contributing to ozone. The first source that contributes the most, the primary contributor, is oil and gas. The secondary contributor is light-duty vehicles, mobile sources. The third category, the tertiary source, is non-EGU, so non-power plant point sources, meaning that they're stationary. So Rawhide or electric generating units don't show up on the first, second, or third most contributors to that. If you dig even deeper into more of the air modeling that's being done for the state of Colorado as they develop their state implementation plan, which is in the figure that we provided earlier today, you can kind of see a snapshot at a high level, a screening assessment of what are the sources, to what magnitude, and where they're located. And we've highlighted or called out specifically Rawhide Energy Station in looking at NOx emissions. The reason we did that is because in that work, there was a broader assessment done of the non-attainment area, and it showed that electric generating units, so not just Rawhide, all power plants in the Front Range area contribute roughly 4% of the NOx emissions at the Fort Collins West monitor on high ozone days. And that was taking 2016 to 2022 data from those sources, which I would argue is probably higher emissions for all of those power plants versus what we see in today's operations. So then the next evaluation was for VOCs. It was a non-zero number, but when rounded, it was 0% contribution from electric generating units at the Fort Collins West monitor. So we can narrow in the scope in the evaluation of NOx. When you look at NOx contribution from Rawhide Energy Station, it's estimated based on that 2016 to 2022 data that Rawhide contributes 0.2 to 0.5% NOx emissions to high ozone days. So I wanted to put kind of a quantitative assessment on this, is that I think a generic statement could be made that if you burn something, we're going to have high ozone. There's actual quantitative data to show that our impact is not zero, but the best data we have available, at least when we focus on NOx emissions, is potentially less than 1% on high ozone days when our emissions were much higher than they are right now.
Madam Chair, if I might interject for 1 minute. I know the applicant has brought a large number of people who might speak to answering your questions. If we can just have you introduce yourself before you start speaking,
yes.
the clerk, it would really be helpful for the minutes. Thank you.
Sorry about that. Matt Tribby, Senior Air Quality Engineer with Platte River.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jenny.
I just had one other comment. I thought a little bit while Matt was talking about this question about what assurance do you have. I think the best answer that I can give you is 41 years of operating history at the Rawhide Energy Station and a board of directors who's repeatedly reinvested capital to lower emissions and improve efficiency, and will continue to, has done that with the existing gas turbines, and will continue to do that with our new gas turbines. Every time there's an opportunity to reduce emissions, it's consistent with, our charter as an organization. And so I'm not trying to be flippant when I say it, but I think that's the best answer I can give you to that piece of the assurance, is to say, since 1984, that's what we've done. We haven't just met the permit requirements. We've continued to push the envelope and exceed them and drive down emissions at the facility. The new gas turbines and these newest gas turbines, we would plan to do the same thing. That would be the best answer I think I could give you for an assurance.
Thank you. I'll pause for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Shannock McNally, questions?
Yeah, just one for right now. I have several, but I was going to wait till after public comment. But since Commissioner Kopp-Falls' questions, I wanted to build kind of on some of the comments he made about why 5 are needed and how much they generate. So since there hasn't been really an independent energy assessment by NREL, and looking at also the 160 that was identified in the IRP, and looking at what is actually needed, I was looking at some information that your current planning appears to underestimate. So 2 questions here, if that would be okay. Underestimate the capacity of renewable energy and overstate the need for the expansion, but also your own adjusted reserve margin analysis, which kind of aligns with the Southwest Power Pool's standards, shows that there is a 39.8% reserve margin by 2030. That's a fairly large reserve margin, more than double what Platte River Power Authority itself considers necessary. And so the independent analysis by the community that has been contacting us says this shows that maybe the S8 turbines are not really needed with all of these other factors considered. Those are 2 questions in there. If I
don't get them, let me know. But I would say 2 things. Just because you hit a button on a mouse doesn't mean that a machine starts every time. And so sometimes they're under maintenance too, right? And so when we're looking at all of those things, and in an optimal scenario, if we knew everything would start every time, that might be a different answer than realistically looking at maintenance and what's going to be available 8,760 hours a year to supply. As it relates to planning reserve margins, and I tried to do my best attempt at this last time I was before you, to simply say we don't even have estimated numbers from the Southwest Power Pool for the market that we're going into, which is different than SPP East, and it's going into a market with like-minded utilities that are all going to have a lot of renewable generation. And so we know, and SPP knows, they're continuing to refine these numbers, that we're going to have to be quite a bit more conservative than they are on the other side of the DC ties, where they still have a lot of coal facilities on, they have a lot of traditional gas facilities, they have a lot more levers on the east side of the market that we're going to have available to us, because everybody else we're going to be in a market with has already announced the closure of all its baseload resources by 2030. So the fact of the matter is that we don't exactly know. The other point I would make to you is, I don't know what the load's going to be in 2030. I don't know if a data center is going to come in, but when we're making decisions right now, we're looking at least a 10-year period of time. And so I think it does a disservice to just simply look at one period of time. I think you look between 2030 and 2040 and what you think loads are going to be, and you're making decisions now to meet those scenarios over that period of time. So it's not just one point in time of what do you need in 2030 on that day. It's what do you need over the next 10 or 15 years as you continue to refine and retire other resources and add more, hopefully storage, hopefully long duration storage, hopefully VPP gets to be more prevalent. But we're taking a longer term view to make sure that we can meet. Our view is this is the last opportunity we'll have to do this. Does that help?
That helps, but actually spurs another question. It doesn't really help. It just
well, I don't mean help. Did it answer your question?
Somewhat.
Okay.
So when you brought up things about this that you don't know, and you're entering this market, that makes me wonder, if you don't know, if you don't know what those numbers are by 2030, how this might change, and whether you brought up whether there'll be a data center coming, which I just testified against the data center bill that was 280, and that there is no guardrails about water protections or ratepayer protections with that. It just seems to be a Wild West there. And we do know that in the neighboring county, they are looking at data centers. And this is supposed to be for providing energy for the customers that are on your, from the people in this area, from those 4 cities and in Longmont. And I, when you say you don't know, then it makes you wonder, and you have these data centers by 2030, it makes you wonder, well, why do we need the 5 if they're producing this and there's 160? And it's hard for us, as here on the board, we have all these numbers from all these agencies coming at us saying they don't need the 285 or the 200, they only need the 160, and then I hear a don't know, and now you throw a data center in there. I was hoping you were focused on providing for the customers in your district, in the area that serves River Power Authority that serves, and that this coming forward group that you're wanting to join, 39.8% reserve seems a lot to plan for going forward. And then if you're looking already, knowing, I do know there's another county's looking at data centers. And that takes a lot of power. But if we don't know, what protections do we have for water, for ratepayers, and what this whole, I don't know, with this new collaboration that you're getting into makes me nervous about approving 5 turbines that could add to our air quality. And are they really needed if you maybe have underestimated kind of the renewable energy and overstated the need for this. So that's kind of where I'm coming from today is I feel underestimated here, and now I hear maybe an overestimated here, and now we say we don't know. It makes me, I just would like to know, if you don't know, why do you know you need 5?
Well, I don't think anybody knows. So first of all, anybody who's quoting your numbers that are exactly what the load's going to be in 2030 or 2035 or 2040, I don't know how anybody could say that. I'm being as honest and as authentic as I can with you. I don't have any control over whether a data center comes. That would be a decision by one of our 4 owner communities. About 2/3 of all the energy we supply is commercial industrial customers, and about 1/3 to the residents. To your question about it, and I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, it makes you nervous approving these 5 turbines. If I don't make this decision now, I can't shut down my coal unit by 2030. And what I do know with 100% certainty, and you saw the slide up here, is the significant emissions reductions associated with shutting down that coal facility and replacing it with these 5 turbines and the existing turbines that we have. It's a significant reduction in a lot of different emissions. And so that's the only thing I can control. And when I say that I don't know, we're going into a market that's never existed before. The difficult position I'm in is typically we make planning decisions and execute them for 30 years. We're being asked to reinvent the way we deliver electricity in 10 years. in a period of time that's never been more volatile with a lot of changes in technology. And so we look at everything's available to us and we try to strike the best balance that we can to get 90% carbon free in 10 short years. We have to make decisions right now to execute on these plans to make sure that the system stays reliable by 2030. That's the best answer I can give you when we look at it between 2030 and 2040 over a period of time. And I wouldn't fixate on server farm. It could be a lot of commercial industrial businesses that choose to come here because they like the idea when they talk to the Chamber of Commerce that 90% of their energy is going to be carbon free in 2030. They see that as a attractive thing for their business, something to be celebrated. So there's a lot of variability in load growth for us. It's a huge unknown. But when we have to make decisions at a single point in time, we're going to be. I'll never apologize as the CEO of Platte River for being conservative. Because if I'm not, and it's not a scare tactic, right? It's a public health and safety issue at 10 below or 100 degrees. If I don't have as many tools available to meet load as I need, and so I'm trying to have as many levers as I can, knowing that the market's never existed before. Everybody else is shutting down their coal facilities. This has never been done in the United States. A market created by a bunch of utilities that all agreed to shut down their baseload resources. It's never been done. There's nothing to look back historically and go, how does it work? What's the right reserve margin? What SPP can tell you is it's a lot more than SPP East. We just don't know what that number is. What we can tell you is, although it seems counterintuitive, the more renewables you add to the system, the less they contribute at time of peak. They tend to flatten out the load and not provide as much peak load when you need it.
Okay, that's helpful for now. Thank you.
Commissioner Kavalis, any questions? Additional questions?
I think I'll hold off for now,
Okay.
Madam Chair.
So I think we'll hold off. We'll open public comment, and then we may have questions for you afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you, folks.
Thank you both. All right, we are going to start public comment. And so we have people who signed up in advance. We will start with those folks who signed up in advance. Then we will open it up to folks who didn't sign up but would like to give public comment. So we will try to get to everyone here. So I will ask you, I think it's large enough that folks can see their names on this list to expedite the process. I will ask folks really to get lined up. So don't be walking from your chair when your name is next. Please be lined up and be ready to speak. Please come forward, and you'll have 2 minutes, and I'm asking folks to introduce themselves. And just a reminder to make your comments relative to what's being discussed today. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Commissioners, thanks for the opportunity to speak. My name is Travis Walker. I'm the Light and Power Director in Fort Collins. On behalf of the Fort Collins Light and Power Utility serving 81,000 customers, I urge you to approve Platte River's land use permit application. Since 1973, Platte River has provided Fort Collins with safe, affordable, and environmentally responsible wholesale power. Building on the above, Fort Collins has invested tens of millions of dollars in its safe, resilient underground electric system, and our residents benefit from reliable and affordable electricity. PRPA's proposal under this permit will enable Fort Collins to maximize these investments and continue its reliability and affordability while achieving a more than 80% reduction in carbon emissions by 2030, while planning for even greater reductions after 2030 and beyond. Platte River and the four cities are collaborating to develop a virtual power plant. This will integrate customer-owned distributed energy resources, DERs, such as electric vehicles, battery storage, and smart appliances with advanced software, enhancing grid reliability and giving customers an opportunity to participate in the non-carbon energy transition. We expect to begin enrolling these DERs in the VPP by 2026. Fort Collins has also made significant investments in DERs to date and plans to continue to invest in these critical projects. Our own programs have been used for many years in Fort Collins and will contribute to the VPP. The VPP alone cannot provide all the required dispatchable capacity to maintain reliability. Aeroderivative turbines, battery energy storage, and the VPP each have unique capabilities that together will enable Platte River to dependably serve the energy needs of Fort Collins. Light and Power fully supports the work of PRPA's 300-plus dedicated, highly qualified employees. Fort Collins, Loveland, and Estes Park, as well as Longmont, own PRPA. They are us, and they live in our communities. Please approve this permit. Thank you.
Thank you, Travis. Next speaker, please. Want to get Leo lined up, too.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Commissioners, for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Andrew Bennett, and I am the Vice President of Advocacy for Energy Outreach Colorado, or EOC, a Colorado nonprofit dedicated to ensuring that all Coloradans can afford their home energy needs. We are here today to speak in support of Platte River Power Authority's Rawhide 1041 land use permit. EOC and Platte River have been dedicated partners working towards affordable energy and reducing household energy consumption. In just the past 3 years, we've worked together to weatherize 100 homes in 2022, 150 in 2023, and over 250 in 2024. That 2024 number represents about 25% of the single-family homes that we weatherized throughout the state with our CARE program. Additionally, in that same period, EOC has contributed over $1.4 million in energy assistance to income-qualified homes in the communities served by Platte River. It is our belief that authorizing the siting of the aeroderivative turbines at the proposed location will make best use of land that is already zoned for this purpose and that has the necessary utility infrastructure to support those facilities. By using this land that is already prepared for the interconnection of these turbines, Platte River will be able to integrate them into their energy supply network more efficiently and help contain costs that could otherwise cause rates to increase. Much like EOC, Platte River is concerned with affordability as they work on their energy transition, which includes shuttering the coal plant currently there, something that should be lauded. And granting the application being requested by Platte River will help to deliver affordable and reliable energy. Furthermore, Platte River is not reneged on their commitment to increase the use of renewables, and the inclusion of these aeroderivative turbines in their supply mix will allow for reliable energy when renewable resources are not available. And while not currently an option, in the future, turbines such as these can be powered by hydrogen through electrolysis that's done on site with excess solar production. At EOC, we understand that you are faced with a complicated decision, and thank you for your consideration of the households that Platte River and EOC has served in partnership to advance affordable and efficient energy. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Thank you, Andrew. Next, Leo.
Good afternoon. My name is Leo Grassens. I'm originally from the Netherlands. I came to Colorado in 1984, but I'm keeping my accent. I'm an engineer. I'm also a long-life climate activist. I'm really active and go for green energy, drive fuel-efficient vehicles. I have solar panels. In the past, a long time ago, I was involved with the design of a coal-fired power plant. Can you believe that? My son has worked on aeroderivatives for more than 10 years at Woodward Governor, so I'm very familiar with the technology. And then I'm also a member on the Larimer County Environment and Science Advisory Board and on a task force for the city, but I speak here as a private citizen, not in any function in those offices. I'm in full support of the PRPA and their plans. I've studied their IRP 2024 document in great detail, and it's just really clear that this is what we have to do, Commissioners. The addition of the aeroderivative gas turbines is there so we can just enable the transition to renewables. Without it, we're never going to get there. Without that, we will not have a good roundhouse wind farm extension or the Black Hollow Reservoir. Without it, we cannot shut down Craig 1, Craig 2, and Rawhide Unit 1. It's just not going to happen. Coal emits roughly twice the CO2 compared with natural gas per megawatt hour. You know that, right? So just switching to natural gas would already cut emissions with a factor 2. coal also emits more pollutants. Oh, I'm also almost out of time. Okay, so I'll keep it short here, dear commissioners. We have to do this, otherwise we'll be on coal forever. Please support this project and think about what our cities have already decided for us. Please go ahead and approve this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Leo. Next, Mike Foote, and I assume that there's the four people are going to sort of continue the speaking. Okay.
Yes, and we also have some slides as well.
Okay.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Mike Foote, and I'm counsel for the Northern Colorado Partners for Clean Energy. Many of us are here wearing green today, and we first want to thank you again for hearing and considering the comments we've made over the last several months, as well as other public comments. And the commission has listened. Your follow-up questions after the March 10th hearing were very similar to what we've been discussing throughout. Next slide, please. And very much like Platte River has responded to the commission thus far, they responded to our questions and concerns by just repeating what they had decided earlier. This is really the foundation of the issue here. Platte River's application does not meet all the elements of the land use code, but rather than take a step back and consider changes to their application, they just say that they're right, and diverging from their decisions just mean Platte River customers will lose power. While Platte River has plenty of experience in keeping the lights on, they don't have experience in the Larimer County Land Use Code. The commission deals with it every day, though. You know the subsection C requires the applicant to prove it is proposing the best alternative available. You know subsection E requires the applicant to prove the proposed development has mitigated any impacts to the environment to the greatest extent possible, consistent with the comprehensive plan. Platte River's application doesn't prove either of those things. It didn't when it came before you on March 10th, and what they produced in between then and even up to what they produced today did nothing to change that. Platte River has merely repeated the same things they originally had in their application. They had been unwilling to consider operational limitations that could address such issues as ozone consistent with the code. For example, if the turbines are going to be used only as needed, as they claim, why not limit their use for the Platte River service area? They won't consider it. Why not go with 4 turbines that would produce at least 40 megawatts each for a total of 160 megawatts when it is almost the exact same cost and acceptable reliability? What I hear them saying is these things are possible. They just don't want to. Next slide, please. We continue to ask you to deny this application because Platte River still does not meet its burden of proof. Thank you, and I'll turn next to our comments over to Sam Kilmeyer.
Can you do the next slide, please? Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Sam Kilmeyer. Subsection C requires Platte River to put forth the best alternative available. PRPA claims the best alternative possible is 5 aeroderivative gas turbines generating up to 285 megawatts of energy. We clearly don't agree with that recommendation. But then again, neither does PRPA's own IRP. Platte River's IRP identified a smaller new gas portfolio as sufficient to meet cost and reliability goals while reducing emissions in what it calls the carbon cost portfolio. To be clear, we're not advocating for the addition of the 160 megawatts of new gas that the carbon cost portfolio calls for, but we think it is very significant that PRPA overruled its own IRP, opting for a higher gas portfolio in its 1041 application. So right off the bat, Platte River isn't avoiding impacts that can be avoided. They continue to insist that at least 200 megawatts of new gas is necessary, and they are applying to obtain as much as 285 megawatts. And let's not forget, their own IRP found that 160 megawatts of gas is sufficient, even with their flawed assumptions that undervalued renewables and overbuilt battery storage. Those assumptions stack the deck in favor of PRPA obtaining a bunch of new gas capacity when they just don't need it. We have continually questioned these assumptions, and that was part of the reason we consistently asked for a trusted third-party review. But instead of reevaluating in good faith, here we are without anything other than Platte River saying what it decided to say years ago. Ultimately, PRPA could have chosen a less impactful portfolio, but it didn't.
It didn't avoid impacts that could have been avoided, and that by itself should lead to the denial of its application. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Next slide, please. I'm Kevin Cross. A point that PRPA struggles to present honestly is that it already owns 388 megawatts of gas turbine capacity. They continue to obfuscate that fact on page 8 of their continuation memo, where they present this chart to illustrate a dark calm period such as occurred in 2021. The chart shows the output of PRPA's wind turbines in blue, solar panels in yellow, versus the demand for power by Fort Collins, Levelland, Estes Park, and Longmont in green there at the top. The implication is that if their coal plant weren't available to fill in the gap during a similar event in 2030, PRPA wouldn't be able to meet the demand for power. We'd all be shivering in the dark, and Grandma would have to do without her oxygen. But if the output of PRPA's existing gas turbines and hydro resources are added, the chart becomes much less scary, as shown in the next slide. Here, the red line is the output of the existing gas turbines. The blue line is the output of the existing hydro. The gap between power generated and demand is only about 50 megawatts. So even the 160 megawatts in additional gas capacity that Sam referenced would be more than adequate to make up the difference. Why is it important to minimize the amount of new gas added? The next chart suggests the answer to that question. Next, please. Here we see the output of PRPA's generating resources for a 3-day period last July, the height of the ozone season. Next chart, please. The black line shows the demand of the 4 municipalities served. The production of the existing gas turbines is shown in that reddish-orange color. Note that for the 3 days shown, the output of the gas turbines was mostly going to supply the power needs of people outside of the 4 municipalities served, that is above the black line. PRPA was simply responding to the call of the market. If it had more or bigger gas turbines, it could supply more power to the market. The people of Larimer County would pay by being subjected to more ozone pollution, and the planet would pay by being subjected to more climate pollution. That is why it's so important to minimize the size of any new gas plant that gets built. Next, Barb Krupnick-Goldman will focus on the problem of ozone pollution and conclude our presentation.
Okay, good. I'm Barb Krupnick-Goldman. I'd like to highlight ozone. Everyone in this room knows that ozone pollution is a problem. It's unhealthy. Larimer County has some of the worst ozone measurements in the state. But Platte River does not seem to be concerned about that. Their arguments related to impacts are summarized as gas isn't as bad as coal. But it doesn't make sense to put something in its place that will still contribute to our ozone problem for decades into the future, especially when it's unnecessary. Platte River has not been willing to entertain efforts to limit their use during ozone alert days, or even to limit the use to the needs of the ratepayers. As Kevin just demonstrated and Mr. Frisbee explained, it is likely that any new turbines would produce electricity and emissions during the worst days of the ozone season, only for the power to be sold to consumers outside of our region. Subsection E of the Land Use Code requires unavoidable impacts to be minimized. If turbines are not built or not overbuilt, then they couldn't be called upon. Then there is the issue of mitigation. Platte River said before that they could reach 100% non-carbon by 2040 by converting the turbines to hydrogen. But lately they seem to have backed away from that claim. And in its place, we don't really have anything. We're left with the likelihood that the turbines would burn gas for their entire lives. And even in the unlikely event that they would convert, burning hydrogen still produces nitrogen oxide and thus ozone. That's hardly a mitigation strategy. In summary, PRPA's application does not meet the burden of proof that it conforms with the Land Use Code. It does not avoid, minimize, or mitigate. So please deny the application. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Tom Moore from the REC. And then we'll have the next person line up, and that'll be Doug Henderson.
I have some slides. Great. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Tom Moore from the RAC. I had spoken to you at the March 10th hearing, and I've come back with some additional data. I'm actually very complimented that the PRPA has used a lot of our work to try and explain ozone contributions, but I really want to stop and think about where we are right now with NOx emissions. So next slide, please. So at the moment, for the foreseeable future of the next 5 years, Rawhide will have the highest total NOx emission of any power plant in the region, about 34% of all of the emissions from power plants. Even if the 1041 permit is not approved, those emissions will continue. So that'll be the baseline upon which any kind of permit approval would be given. We're in a situation where you can't just model the power plant. You have to look at contributions of all sources, and the power plant emissions essentially have not changed since the baseline that Mr. Tribby quoted. I don't have a timer, but on the next slide then. This is just a map of those power plants. The red cell is Rawhide. You recognize the county shapes, Larimer, Weld, Broomfield, etc. That red square is about a little over 3 tons a day. That's that highest in the region. Those tall power plant smokestacks disperse the emissions widely, so they're quite different than oil and gas and cars and trucks. If you approve the 80 turbines in the form of this land use permit, they're going to add about 0.4 of a ton per day, about 13% more NOx, and that will begin in the 28-29 ozone season, which makes the ozone attainment work somewhat more difficult. We do know that power plants have state permits with specified operating conditions like Rawhide has right now, and another approach to the implementing any additional strategies additional turbines would be to set a daily plant-wide emission limit. Thank you.
Doug, next speaker.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Doug Henderson, speaking for the Sierra Club with over 1,000 members in Larimer County. Climate warming has reached 1.5 degrees C and is accelerating. We only begin to understand and grapple with the impacts. The future prospects are daunting. Scott Denning said earlier in this hearing, when carbon emissions stop, warming will stop almost immediately. We must stop mining and burning fossil fuels. Every ton of carbon not emitted is a victory. PRPA prioritized this victory in its goal for 100% clean energy by 2030. Its plan now for new gas generators poses not victory, but failure, damning our climate and our future. Mining and burning methane also dams our air quality and public health. Rawhide is the largest single source of ozone precursors in the Northern Front Range. The assertion that Rawhide's emissions are not significant is very dubious, as are PRPA's claims about future air quality impacts based on a report from a consultant hired by PRPA and reviewed only by APCD, an agency renowned for coddling polluters, not for protecting air quality and public health. Where is the analysis of options to avoid, minimize, or mitigate climate and air quality impacts, such as limiting or stopping Rawhide's emissions on high ozone days, such as operating turbines only to provide power for the 4 municipalities, not for sale outside the core service area? What about operating in compliance with all of the standards and requirements in the non-attainment zone? Then there's the bogeyman of a 4-day calm. Others have addressed this pretty adequately. Science and power pools make PRPA's bogeyman just a bogey. PRPA's numbers and plan have not been vetted by any independent agency. Every other G&T utility in Colorado operates under independent oversight by a professional agency. The board cannot do this because it lacks capacity and isn't independent. It is obliged legally to act in PRPA's fiduciary interest, which prevents it from representing ratepayers and the public. We concur with Northern Colorado partners that PRPA has failed to address and prove its proposed project will avoid, minimize, and mitigate impacts to climate and air quality as required by the Land Use Code.
Thank you, Doug. Next speaker is Adam.
Also, I'll just say I had distributed to you a copy of Rambo report tables 9 and 10 in the appendix. Sorry, when I had to cut my comments for 2 minutes, I couldn't, but I'd be glad to follow up. That's a very perplexing set of tables.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Adam Bromley. I'm the Electric Utility Manager for the City of Loveland, and I previously worked for Light and Power in Fort Collins. I grew up here. I'm a local, born and raised. I'm proud to work for our local public power utilities because we are community-owned and committed to providing the best electric service possible to our citizens. I am here today to support the approval of Platte River's 1041 permit application because it will allow them to continue to provide reliable, affordable power to the communities in Larimer County. I have always cared deeply about the environment and have been a renewable energy proponent in my work and my personal life. I support Platte River's commitment to transition away from fossil fuel towards a carbon-free future. However, after working in the industry for 20 years, I know that we have to make this carbon-free transition thoughtfully so that our citizens get the reliable, clean energy they deserve, but at a reasonable cost. One of the biggest values of public power is our stewardship of ratepayer dollars. Everything we do, every decision we make incorporates a balance between reliability, environmental sustainability, and affordability. We are not for profit. I have worked side by side with many of the employees at Platte River for over 15 years. They are just as dedicated to provide the best solution for our citizens. The solution recommended in Platte River's latest integrated resource plan, which includes the addition of aeroderivative turbines, large additions of solar and wind, new battery storage, and a virtual power plant, is the most comprehensive solution that balances those three: reliability, environmental sustainability, and affordability. The approval of the Platte River 1041 land use permit is a vital step towards completing our transition to a carbon-free future. Please make a vote to approve this permit. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. Next is Scott.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Scott Cook, I'm the CEO at the Longmont Chamber of Commerce. The Longmont business community has relied on power from Platte River Power Authority for over 50 years. Our community at large has been vocal in the desire to have clean, green energy, but we also equally desire the reliability and financially attainable energy. The clean, reliable, and attainable energy with some of the lowest rates in the state produced by PRPA has been a large reason our community has been able to grow, increase its job base across many industries, including healthcare, education, high-tech manufacturing, and more. In 2024, our chamber supported the Integrated Resource Plan. At that time, we were aware of the Platte River Power Authority had researched battery technology, but went with the proposed turbines as battery technology has not advanced enough to ensure the reliability and protect us from prohibitive costs. This year, our policy committee members and board reviewed this permitting process again, and our chamber again remains in support of PRPA and having the proposed turbines located at the Rawhide site and request your approval for the 1041 permit. We join our support, as you heard today, with our Longmont City Council, our mayor, and state representatives. Over 100,000 residents and many small and large businesses rely on the reliable and affordable and clean energy PRPA produces. By approving the 1041 permit, Platte River will be able to continue to aggressively meet all of its cost, reliability, and green energy goals. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Holly, next.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Holly Terry. I live in Fort Collins. Commissioner Cavalis might remember that I spent a decade as a wildlife protection lobbyist. I care very deeply about climate action, and as a lifelong environmentalist, I am here to ask you to approve PRPA's 1041 application. I understand the urge to obstruct progress as climate action, but it's not real climate action in this case. The IRP is widely supported and represents the most aggressive path that is actually possible in the real world and keeps the lights on for everyone because equity matters. I'm interested in an evolved environmental activism, one that is just and cooperative, one that moves us all forward as fast as we can go together. The IRP is thoughtful and well vetted and approved by every jurisdictional member of PRPA. Obstructing it as progress is just idling us in status quo. I support climate action. I support cooperation and progress. I'm not just supportive, but downright excited about the IRP. It's groundbreaking, it's innovative, it's exciting. I'm asking you to get going on progress and approve the 1041 application. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Next speaker is Bob.
Hello, my name is Bob Hyatt. Am I too close? I've lived in Fort Collins since 1992. I've been a customer of Platte River, of course, that entire time. And their reliability and affordability has been outstanding. I think they're second to no one. I commend them for the work that they do. I would like to state that I support the addition of the aeroderivative turbines out at the Rawhide station. And I ask that the Larimer County approve the land use permit. As has already been discussed a little bit, Platte River is engaged in what I would more simply call power sharing agreements, where we get together with our neighbors. So we have the 4 owner communities, and then we have neighbors with whom we're sharing power. If we don't have power available to share, we won't be sharing power. We'll be begging for power. If they have to shut down the coal plant and they don't have these turbines, we won't have power. There will be times when we don't have power. There are other models to get power. You can go out and bid. It's easy to find out what, these cryptocurrency miners, they'll sell their power. They'll lock some power up and then they'll sell it back to you. And you might want to look into that a little bit. Really, it's as simple as that. We've got to have enough redundancy and enough reliability that we can meet our needs and help our neighbors. And then our neighbors can also help us. I asked Larimer County to approve Platte River Power Authority's permit expeditiously. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Next speaker, please.
Hi, I'm Steve Halton. I had a lot of notes and discussion points to talk about, but when I was listening to today's presentation, I kind of came back away with what the 1041 I think guides you commissioners, and that's to find the best alternative. And the best alternative has to include reliability and predictability in the power production by PRPA. I'm a green guy and a green engineer. I started building and designing solar in the 1970s. My whole career has been focused on energy and energy management and producing green alternatives. I also spent a good deal of time at CSU as I retired as the executive director for facilities management. And I strove to balance the green power, the green opportunities, along with risk management and spending at times funds on providing backup options for the campus. I know what great devastation can occur to communities and campuses if we lose electrical power. So I think this comes down to what is the best alternative, and I think that has to include this reliability, practicality, and going forward into an uncertain future, we have to be sure that Platte River Power Authority has the tools. I wouldn't want to sit in Jason's shoes, honestly, if you don't have these resources to dispatch in the uncertain times going forward. And yet I do support the future where we would have additional renewable powers and battery storage. So I urge you to approve this. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Next speaker, Sean. And after Sean, Megan.
Hi, Commissioners. Hi, staff. This never gets easier, does it? My name's Sean Dougherty. I just have a few comments here that are a little bit different than what you've heard. PRPA has been working with industry experts and consultants to find the cleanest way to affordably reach the goals for reliable energy with the lowest emissions. These turbines will allow PRPA to add more clean generation faster for over 350,000 residents of northern Colorado. Please listen to the industry experts, to your planning commission, to your planning staff, all of whom recommended approval. Please listen to the cities of Longmont, Loveland, and Fort Collins, the town of Estes Park, whose leaders all support this project. As stated earlier, please only use the 1041 review criteria to evaluate this application. In my 13 years on the Planning Commission in Larimer County, we were always reminded to stay in our lane when evaluating applications. I encourage you to do the same, as this application complies with all of the requirements. Now I need to get out of here and move my EV before I get a ticket. Thank you.
Thanks, Sean. Megan next.
Hello, my name is Megan Bowden. I'm a Loveland resident and I was born in Fort Collins, so I've been around here for a while. I'm here today to ask you to deny the PRPA permit application for the 5 new methane gas-fired turbines. This proposal would commit us to fossil fuel dependence at a time when we need to desperately shift away. Larimer County's air quality is a serious concern. We cannot chart a better future while continuing to invest in fossil fuels, the very systems that degrade our air and health. Denying this permit is a clear step towards a cleaner, safer Larimer County. Permit applicants must evaluate alternatives. In this evolving energy landscape, we need transparency around what options were considered and why they may not fit. PRPA recently announced its first large-scale battery energy storage project, an important step forward. However, PRPA has also cited that energy storage is a key challenge for renewables, noting that the battery solutions are not sufficient. Has PRPA explored other long-term storage options, such as metal-based hydrogen storage? GRZ Technologies from Switzerland, for example, already has commercial units running pilot microgrids and is now expanding into North American market. Has PRPA considered fuel cells? They generate electricity through non-combustion reaction. In the case of hydrogen fuel cells, the only byproduct is water. And in a state like Colorado, already experiencing water stress and projected to face more, producing electricity that is zero emission and generating water is a triple win. Even more promising, metal-based hydrogen storage and fuel cells can work in tandem to provide long-lasting renewable energy solutions. This is the kind of transition we should be aiming for, not more fossil fuel infrastructure that locks us into outdated technologies and undermines our climate commitments. Thank you.
Thank you, Megan. Next speaker, Connor. After Connor, Crystal.
Commissioners, good afternoon. My name is Connor Duffy. I'm a resident in Timnath. I'm also a member of the Larimer County Planning Commission. I state that because today I speak upon only myself and not as one of the commissioners. We've gone through this for quite some time now, and I think the supplemental information that Platte River provides ample evidence and details to approve this application. As it relates specifically to the land use code and the comprehensive code, the admissions in criteria C, Commissioner Cavalas, your questions about that earlier are very pertinent. I think one thing that has not been said, though, is we are actually looking at the admissions between the coal-fired power plant and the aeroderivative turbines. One of the things that has not been said very often is we take it for a given that that coal-fired power plant is going to close down. Without the aeroderivative turbines, there's a chance that that coal-fired power plant stays on. And those have much higher emissions than the natural gas turbines. I think if we look at it from a 30,000-foot view, we can say that it is of great environmental benefit to have that coal-fired power plant close. I think we need to keep our eyes on the prize. That's what we're really deciding on here in the 1041. Because if not, if we do not approve this, then what ends up happening is they have the potential to keep that plant on. We need the energy, and I think going forward from an environmental basis, deciding yes on this is probably one of the most impactful things that will come
in front of you for years and years to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Connor. Next speaker, Crystal and Little One.
Hello. Well, I don't need to reiterate the discrepancies in data provided by PRPA, but as a constituent, I must urge the Commission to deny this application. There is a reason our little city here is already 16th in poor air quality in our nation. While combustion turbines might perhaps be necessary to relieve peak demand, Larimer County is the absolute worst geographical location for these. These need to be further out east, where the ground level ozone is not trapped by the prevailing winds coming over the Front Range. There are numerous places in the state of Colorado where these can be plugged into backbone transmission lines that are not as harmful as locating these in Larimer County. Investment in renewable energy storage long term is a much better alternative, for our county and our residents, and for the future, of course, both fiscally and socially. And this is not in my backyard scenario. This is a utilitarian argument for public health, backed by scientific data and historical EPA violations. So let us make way for a solution that will not further harm future generations of our county. Please deny this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Kathleen.
Hi there, I'm Kathleen Sands with Lions Climate Action. I'm a constituent talking today to ask that you deny the land use permit for these new methane gas turbines. For the sake of our air quality, our climate, our children's future, and family budgets, this reckless proposal will exacerbate our ozone problems, increase rates, and slow progress on clean energy, and harm our air quality, as well as global warming. As the CEO stated, nobody knows how many turbines they will need or how much it will cost. The CEO stated he simply does not know. The cost keeps going up, starting at $200 million, and now they estimate at $350 million. The changing technology, the plant will likely be obsolete long before it's paid off, leaving your constituents on the hook for a bill with a useless asset. In this climate crisis, approving this permit would be irresponsible, pollutant causing and exacerbating global warming and causing increasing catastrophic weather patterns involving huge numbers of fatalities. PRPA claims they will reduce emissions to 241,000 tons of carbon by 2030. This is not an impressive number. CMEX power plant in Lyons, the community is getting closed by June, has 468 to 468 per year. So this is not an impressive number at all. I applaud PRPA for shutting down coal power plants. However, this is not the best way to move forward. This power plant proposal is old technology, and we need more current technology with lower emissions and renewables now. And it is absolutely possible. I agree with the other speakers that an unbiased third-party review is needed before an approval is considered with a comparison including renewables. Climate experts agree globally that we can have power around the clock with current renewable energy sources now, which are less expensive for constituents and without global warming gases. For our clean air and future for our children, please vote no on this permit.
Thank you, Kathleen. Sheldon next. Thank you. Sheldon is passing. Next speaker is Sherry.
Hello, Commissioners. I'd like to say, first of all, that Estes Park and Longmont are not in Larimer County, so they're not going to receive the ground level ozone pollution that we are. And your job, I thank you for doing it and being here for us to do this, is to protect our health and grounds up Larimer County residents in particular. And ground level ozone is something that we can't even defend ourselves against. We can't reverse it with diet. We can't reverse it with the exercise. We're asked not to go outside on high ground level ozone days, which we have so many. They're increasing in our summers. And no one has talked about the demand for oil and gas that this additional 5 turbines in the Rawhide power plant will create. So we're going to need additional drilling, additional oil and gas development to produce the fuel for these 5 turbines. So that should be figured into the ground level ozone estimates of how they're going to increase. And I would really like to ask you to deny this permit and ask Platte River Power Authority to go back to the drawing board. Let's get an independent review and look at all the alternatives to creating more demand for oil and gas development and more impacts on our health. Thank you.
Thank you, Sherry. Looks like we're going to move to online folks now. Susan McFadden is, okay, Susan McFadden.
You have slides?
Hi, I'm Susan McFadden, and I'm here. I had a wonderful presentation, but I wanted to talk about 2 things. We did talk to the SPP about that bad ozone days, and would PRPA be required to run the engines in those bad ozone days, or could there be a requirement to not allow that? And they said yes. They just put in their application that we can't run natural gas on high ozone days. That's not a problem. So you can put that as a restriction. They said the only time that they would be required to run on high ozone days was in a hurricane or winter storm Uri situation. And I think we're all okay with us all pitching in on a real bad catastrophe. And I would like to say another thing is about Tom Moore's presentation from the RAC. These are serious numbers that are coming out of the RAC right now, that Rawhide is the #1 power plant. It produces 34% of all the NOx in the 9-county region. And by adding these aeroderivatives, it's going to increase the NOx by 13%. Fort Collins has a rating of F by the American Lung Association. We're the 16th worst city in the entire United States for air quality. In this, I wanted to talk about resiliency and redundancy and show you some data from Kyle Avenue and from CSU. They did not have these dark columns. They had maybe 1 day, but not 4 days. So we really think it's a problem with the tilt of the solar panels out at Rawhide. And this is an operational problem rather than an existential threat to NICUs in northern Colorado. So they have an operational problem, but this isn't something we need $350 million to fix. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Are we going to the folks online? All right. We are going to Daniel Hodges online. So we'll have those folks introduce themselves, and they'll have 2 minutes to speak, rather.
Daniel Hodges, you should be allowed to speak. If you could please just mute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Fantastic. Well, it's a real privilege to speak to the commission today, and a sincere privilege to speak in favor of the application of our members at Platte River Power Authority. I'm the executive director of the Colorado Association of Municipal Utilities. We represent the 28 cities and towns in Colorado that operate their own electric distribution systems. Collectively, we serve about 500,000 customers in the state of Colorado. We're about 17% of the state's electric consumers. And because we are owned by the very communities we serve, municipal utilities are known collectively as public power. PRPA's proposed aeroderivative turbine project is critical to maintaining reliable, affordable, and environmentally responsible power supplies to their member communities. And I want to point out that Platte River's analysis and their determination on their resource mix is not unique. We see other utilities in the state of Colorado making the same requests, including Xcel Energy, United Power, and even the largest municipally owned utility in the state, Colorado Springs Utilities. When they're looking at their resource stack, they are all looking at the same thing. They cannot retire their baseload coal units without replacing them with some kind of gas capacity to back up large-scale renewable energy additions. So we wanted to flag that, Platte River isn't alone in their conclusions. We also just wanted to flag some concerns we've had with comments that have come up during this process about the need for outside parties to verify a municipally owned utilities resource planning process. For 101 years, the Colorado Supreme Court has held that when electric resource planning is done by a municipal utility, it is a matter of local, not statewide concern. And the courts have affirmed this holding for over 100 years. And really the philosophy behind the courts upholding this view is because of the fact that municipally owned utilities are directly accountable to and owned by the very communities they serve. There is no need for an outside body to get involved in the decisions made by a municipally owned utility because the parties affected, the local communities, always have the right to change their leaders at the next election. Platte River Power is owned by the very communities it serves, and there is rigor, transparency, and accountability built into PRPA's governance structure. PRPA's analysis
Thank you.
accords with the
Daniel.
decision of peer utilities across the state, so we'd ask for your approval. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, Ethan.
Ethan, you should be allowed to speak. Please unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Ethan McGreen. I live in Longmont, Colorado. I urge you to deny PRPA's 1041 permit application, not only because it undermines our environmental values and imposes unnecessary costs, but because it directly violates the law and policy of the United States under a declared national energy emergency. On January 20th, 2025, the President issued Executive Order 14156, formally declaring that our inadequate and unreliable energy supply constitutes an unusual and extraordinary threat to national security. Under the National Emergencies Act, that declaration activates binding federal authority. State and local decisions that contradict the emergency directives of the President are not merely misguided, they are legally preempted. Then on April 8th, the President issued a series of executive orders to operationalize that emergency declaration. These orders are now federal law. One of the most important was the executive order on the reliability and security of the U.S. electric grid, which mandates that our grid must utilize all available power generation resources, especially those with redundant fuel supplies and extended operations capacity. That includes coal-fired plants like Rawhide Unit 1, which provides over 200 megawatts of firm-accredited dispatchable power. Retiring that asset undermines grid resilience and violates the plain terms of this executive order. The Department of Energy is now directed to prevent any generation resource over 50 megawatts from being retired if doing so would reduce accredited capacity. That means PRPA's plan to shut down Rawhide is not just unwise, it is prohibited under active federal directives. So let me be absolutely clear, this permit is not just a local matter. It would facilitate the now illegal shutdown of critical infrastructure in direct conflict with the President's declared national emergency and in violation of multiple executive orders published in the Federal Register. If you want to ignore executive orders and federal law, then I urge Larimer County to secede from the United States. But what you cannot do is approve this permit on the basis of obsolete and outdated policies that have now been overturned at the federal level.
Thank you, Ethan. Time is up. We'll go to Mark Gabriel.
Mark Gabriel, if you please unmute yourself, you're allowed to speak.
Great, thank you very much. I'm Mark Gabriel. I'm the President and Chief Executive Officer of United Power. We're a rural electric co-op adjacent to much of the Platte River Power Authority's territories. I'm also the chairman of the Gridwise Alliance and on the Secretary of Energy's Electricity Advisory Committee, and I'm here to speak in favor of the 1041 permit. United Power, much like Platte River, is going through its decarbonization process. And in fact, we've added solar, we've added batteries, and as of June 1, we'll have added a number of gas units ourselves. Reliability is really at the heart of this. This is a question of physics and not politics. This is physics and not policy. I wanted to speak to a couple of the questions that I had heard asked a little bit earlier. The reserve margins are not controlled by any individual utility. In fact, they are controlled on a regional basis. The idea that we have to bring enough power to the party, regardless of whether the sun is out or the wind is blowing, is very critical. We don't get to pick that. I'm also the past CEO of the Western Area Power Administration. As much as I love hydro and having run 57 hydro plants, we do not always have that option for additional hydropower. I believe what Platte River Power Authority is doing is in the spirit and goals of all of us in the state of Colorado as we attempt to move to a no and low carbon future. I'd also like to point out we've got the most batteries of anyone in the state of Colorado, and batteries do not generate anything. And while there are many promising technologies out into the future, we need to make bets today, make investments today for long-lived, long-term assets. Again, we urge you very much to support this permit.
Thank you, Mark. So is that everyone who signed up?
We've got one more hand raised online.
Okay.
But yes, that is the extent of those who've signed up. So do you want to go to public comment in the room, or
Yeah, let's move to public comment in the room if there's folks that want to give public comment. Are there folks, I guess by show of hands, are there people in the room that wanted to give public comment that haven't had that opportunity? It's like there's one person. We'll have you come on up then, and then we can go back to the person who raised their hand online.
Hello, my name is Julie Ronzak. I'm a resident of Fort Collins for 25 years, and unfortunately I suffer from asthma. On the high ozone days, I can't go out of the house. I can't open my window. We have many of those, especially during the summer. We also have high smoke days, high fire days, where I cannot open the window, cannot go outside of the house. Our air quality is already bad, as was mentioned, 16th in the country, at grade F. With any addition to methane turbines to the Rawhide plant, we will not be improving air quality. It may maintain or sustain, but we will not be improving air quality. So I just want to reiterate that things will not get better for myself and other asthma sufferers. I also wanted to point out to supporters as well as opposers of this that a not-for-profit corporation does not mean that they cannot make a profit. And just as for an example, the NFL, until not too long ago, was considered a not-for-profit organization. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. So we'll go to the person who raised their hand online.
Kay Baldwin, you're allowed to speak if you'd please unmute yourself.
My husband and I both signed up. Can we both say something if we keep it real short?
I have a confirmed email.
We both registered.
You are both, you're both welcome. You would each have 2 minutes.
Okay, all right. My name is Kay Baldwin. I'm a retired public health nurse. I'm also a resident of Fort Collins. And I strongly believe we are in an environmental and public health crisis right now. And I really believe that the PRPA plan will just leave us with contaminated water and air, which is actually going to cause more health problems. So I oppose the PRPA 5 new combustion turbine gas plants because I think it will create a public health and safety concern for all of us as it stands. And I think an independent review sounds like a good idea. And here's my husband.
Thank you, Kay.
Hi, my name is Ken Baldwin. I'm a resident of Adriel Hills in Northeast Fort Collins. And although you can't see me, I'm dressed in green. I'm even armed with my green pencil today. I won't waste my 2 minutes citing county regulations, numbers, jargon, charts, graphs, models, or endorsements, but instead focus my comments on common sense. I'd like to thank my good neighbor and District Commissioner, John Kafalis, who, in spite of his self-described, I'm only a simple county commissioner, he's much more than that, in that he's consistently proven to be a voice of reason and intelligence in controversial issues such as this. This 1041 project proposal does not adequately address the likely negative impacts on our environment, air quality, or groundwater, and ultimately our drinking water. In particular, my objection focuses on the proximity of Box Elder Creek, Mountain Supply Reservoir number 1, and Round Butte Reservoir. I also have concerns about the planned ammonia storage tank, the need for a wastewater storage tank, and the water treatment facility. My concerns are further heightened by the recent discharge into the air and release in Weld County, necessitating closing a local school. Commissioners, please note that a huge percentage of those speaking in support of this permit application today do not live downstream of the Rawhide Energy Station and the proposed expansion site, and largely represent corporate interests. In conclusion, I urge you to not approve this permit. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. Let's ask if there's anyone else online who wants to give public comment.
If there's any other members on the on Zoom would like to make public comment, please use the raise hand function now. We have one more hand raised.
Go to that person.
Ira Claggs, if you please unmute yourself, you should be allowed to speak.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Excellent. Thank you very much for holding this meeting. I came to the first meeting actually, and also provided comment there. And when I came to the first meeting, I originally just kind of came as a blank slate. I actually wanted to learn about the situation and hear why PRP was like feeling it was necessary to continue compromising our air. And I felt like, you know, surely there would be a very good reason to do this because we are, as a lot of people have said here, very, very lowly rated for air quality nationwide and not just statewide. But unfortunately, the more that I'm hearing PRPA speak, the less I'm really buying what they're selling. And in fact, the way that they're speaking really reminds me of when I was little and I had to listen to somebody try to sell my dad a used car. So I'm just like, we're hearing them just kind of, they've had all this time to prepare and they're basically just kind of doubling down on what they've said the last time. They're still really insisting that they can lean on their lack of transparency. And they're talking even now about how we have a limited time for this special offer of this gas plant and we need to do it now or we will lose the opportunity. And it's honestly just kind of condescending and insulting. And I really, really urge you to vote against this. I figure that if we're really concerned about our power usage and expenditure and the available power, instead considering something like an incentive and a penalty system for energy expenditure, I, as a citizen of Loveland, would be very, very interested to hear that rather than just something that's going to compromise our air. And thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Ira. Is there anyone else online who wants to speak?
If there are any more members of the public that are online that would like to make public comment, please use the raise hand function now. There are no more hands raised.
Okay. Give one last opportunity in the room. Is there anyone in the room who wanted to give public comment before we close public comment? All right, seeing no hands raised, we will close public comment and we will give the applicant 5 minutes to in rebuttal. Hello.
Hello, County Commissioners. My name is Jenny Arndt. I serve as the Mayor of Fort Collins, but I'm here in my capacity as the Board Chair of Platte River Power Authority. As you know, Platte River Power Authority is made up of the 4 cities, and yes, Estes Park is in Larimer County, so we don't want to leave them out of our deliberations here. So first, I'd like to just address the third-party review issue. Each city was individually appealed to seek a third-party review, and all 4 cities thought that trusted their utility directors and also Platte River Power Authority. Not one single city felt like it would be a wise use of money to seek a third-party review, in addition to what Dan Hodges had to say. Twice we took 8-0 votes, that's 4 mayors and 4 utility directors on Platte River Power Authority in favor of the carefully crafted IRP. We can't wait to close down that coal plant, and we're so excited about this. We really are. 88% clean by 2030 is a remarkable goal. It's not 100, but it is extremely good. I'm glad that you guys took up this 1041 process to take in charge of your own land use. We've done that at the city, as you may know, too. So I think that I just want to sum up and say that since this is a land use meeting and that your zoning committee felt we met the land use criteria, that your own staff recommended it, that 4 mayors recommend the IRP and 4 utility directors recommend the IRP, I urge you to vote yes and agree that the Platte River Power Authority has met the criteria of your 1041 planning.
Thank you, Mayor Arndt. Mayor Marsh.
Loveland Mayor Jackie Marsh, and here as a Platte River Power Board member. I am in my 8th year. I think I'm the 2nd longest standing. I do want to recognize that 6 of our 8 board members are with me today. The other 2 were unable to be here, or they would have been here in support as well. In 2018, my first year on the board, I fought my city council to vote for the policy that we would be carbon-free by 2030. I was the only person on my council that wanted that at that time, so I fought a hard fight. I have the scars to show it. In 2020 was the first discussions of gas turbines for Platte River. I was the sole no vote. I fought Platte River. I hurt feelings. I made people angry, including my fellow board members, because with the goal of 2030, I thought we still had 10 years for technology to come along. I believed battery storage would come along, and so I said, let's wait. We are now 4.5 years away from that deadline. We cannot afford to wait longer. When we shut down that coal plant, we will be relying on intermittent renewable energy. We predict over about 700 megawatts will be needed. Our renewable energy capabilities will be more than 900. We will have more renewable energy. If Mother Nature is, working with us, we will be selling excess renewable energy. We will not be using the gas turbines. When we are short, the first thing we are going to go to is our communities that we are sharing, this joint sharing energy market that we're developing. We will go to them and they will sell us their excess renewable energy. These aeroderivatives will be used seldom and only when needed. And I do believe technology will come along that will allow them to run on hydrogen. But in the meantime, we cannot turn off the coal plant and not have a backup. That's just not feasible. In this time when people do home dialysis, when they do insulin pumps and cell phones and laptops and they work from home, you cannot have days of no energy. And we experienced that in 2021. There was a 4-day dark calm. You have to, at a minimum, plan for that and possibly more days. So what is we survived that because we had coal. What if we didn't have coal? How would we have survived that 4 days without energy? Batteries have not come along. The idea that you can have a 4-hour battery, that you need 6 of those a day, and it only provides 100 megawatts. You have to do 6 of those. And then when you discharge them, how do you recharge them? It's not possible. We need this backup to allow us to get to 100% carbon free, allow the battery market to mature and be able to provide all of the backup energy that we need. But again, 4.5 years,
we turn off the coal. We turn off the insurance policy. We need the aeroderivatives as an insurance policy, just like you do your homes. You have home insurance. You don't ever use it, but you have it in case of a catastrophe. We have to have an insurance policy, and that is the aeroderivatives at this time. Someday it may be battery, someday it may be nuclear. Not now.
Thank you, Mayor Marsh. All right. Bring it back to the board and see if there are any questions for anyone. Commissioner Shattuck McNally?
Can we ask questions of the applicant and staff, Madam Chair?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. So one question for rebuttal that didn't get answered. There was a gentleman, I think I heard, and it was a question that I heard during the Planning Commission meeting when I went back and watched, was this changing uncertainty and federal landscape that did write some emergency directives. So it says that you can't make some big changes. So I don't know who would like to answer this, but with the changing chaotic landscape, what guarantees do we have that your plans to shut down this coal plant and use these derivatives is not going to be deterred or changed, and then in 4 years saying, oh well, we're going to keep everything and sell it on the market?
Yeah, no. Thank you, Commissioner. Matt Tribby with Platte River. So it is the question with the most recent executive orders, is that influencing any of the direction that Platte River is on? To my knowledge, no. We still have a path to retire Unit 1, which is part of the state SIP, part of the regional haze process. So it is federally required to retire that unit by the end of 2029. And with that, we will be bringing these aeroderivative turbines on to supplement the additional renewables that we're aggressively going after. So to my knowledge, we have no change in direction based on what's going on at the federal level.
Great. Madam Chair, while I have him here, this was something, I don't know if you saw this from the presentation. It has the negative, the red numbers on there. Can you address this a little bit and kind of reassure us about some of these numbers on this?
Can I just go?
Yep, please do. And I know this is part of the presentation, but if you could just kind of address that. You can.
So this is Appendix A, Revised Air Dispersion Modeling Report. It was handed to us by one of those speakers.
Yes, so this was information that was presented in the rebuttal back in the March 10th hearing. So what this graphic is a snapshot of is part of the air modeling that we did for the air permit, which is running parallel to this, is we were required to evaluate all of the pollutants that have standards at the federal level. And so we talked about significant impact level and how some got filtered out. So this graphic shows two pollutants, NOx, or NO2, but commonly referred to as NOx, at two different time levels, both the 1 hour and the annual, apologies. And then we also had PM 2.5, both at the 24-hour and annual. So those pollutants were above the significant impact level when we modeled only the new turbines. So then we did a bigger snapshot is we modeled the entire Rawhide facility with the new aeroderivative turbines and Unit 1 operating and the maximum operations that could potentially happen. We talked about it's not a practical, realistic scenario, but what is the greatest impact? And so the graphic that is on this table shows what were the results of the complex air quality modeling using an EPA-approved program of AirMod. What were those results? And did they exceed any of the ambient air quality standards? Now, I can tell you to get these turbines permitted from an air quality perspective, if you were to exceed a standard, it's very difficult to get approval knowing that you're going to cause air quality impacts greater than what EPA has deemed healthy. So the graphic that shows the NO2 1 hour, the standard, and we talked a little bit about why there's two different constant or units that we're looking at. But just to stay consistent, the standard for NOx is 100 parts per billion. So EPA says if you model and follow all the proper procedures with the proper program, if you're above 100, we have a problem. We came in at 87 parts per billion, which is a high impact, but attributed to the fact that it's that high operating maximum impact scenario. But given that we were below the air quality standard, per the EPA's setup, that showed that public health is protected by staying below the air quality standard. It was also done at the annual, which the annual standard is 53 parts per billion. Our modeling results came in at 14. And then when you look at PM 2.5, the 24-hour, the NAC standard, we're switching units a little bit. It's 35 micrograms per cubic meter. We came in at roughly 29. And then the PM 2.5 annual standard, which went from 12 to 9 during the permit application, we come in at 7.3. So what this graphic shows is that both the left graphic is with Unit 1 still running, the right graphic is with Unit 1 retired. There's no operating scenario, practically speaking, but also from what we can observe, where any air quality standard would be exceeded, meaning that public health is protected to the greatest degree per the standards EPA sets.
If I might, Madam Chair, that's really helpful. And if you want to take it, sure, I'll take it back. Okay. Thank you. I just thought I would. I appreciate. Sorry to throw you the curveball, but going back to, it's very alarming information on. And I took a picture of it because I don't think we, just so I could have it. But the from the rack, the forecasted power plant and NOx emissions having Platte River Power Authority at 34%. For 26 through 29, we'll have the highest NOx emissions of any power plant in the region, and that's really alarming to have. And so, even if this isn't approved, those are looking to at least continue to 2030. So, at least for the time being, at least for the next 4.5 years, having that high of emissions in a 9-county region is a little alarming.
So can I
yeah,
clarify?
so I just want to kind of address that because that's a very alarming graph that was shared by Mr. Moore.
Sure. So I don't have the data in front of me, but if I remember correctly, I believe the information that Mr. Moore was presenting was Larimer County specific. So that is not an evaluation of all 9 counties. That is just Larimer County.
Well, I think it was because I did think it had Fort Lupton, Fort St. Vrain, Rocky Mountain Energy, Gold Facility, and the Arapahoe Generation, and the Boulder County campus.
Commissioner, I can reshare that slide if that's helpful.
That would be great. Thank you. That one.
Okay, this slide. Yeah, apologies. I misread the information as I was looking at it. So I think I would go back to some of the information that was also presented prior to this hearing about there are tons per day, there are tons per year, and then there's what is the percent impact to the monitors. So this is a graphic showing what Platte River's potential emissions would be. And so looking at what they're presenting of roughly 1,160 tons per year, I'd have to confirm that data, what the source of that is, if it's looking at historical data or if it's trying to project what we think emissions from Rawhide might be. But yes, I mean, there is a contribution that Platte River has to NOx in the general area. However, I think I would go back to the information we've provided that the best data that shows those Fort Collins West and Mason monitors, what's the relative contribution of Platte River or electric generating units to the regional ozone formation, and specifically what NOx emissions and what VOC emissions. And so I haven't had enough time to kind of digest this data, but if you look at 9.3 tons per day, that is also the regional airshed. I think the most recent information in RAC's technical report shows that roughly 169 tons per day of NOx are contributing to high ozone or are projected to in 2026. So again, the information here, yes, we do have emissions still projected from Rawhide, but the new aeroderivative turbines will have post-combustion controls. They will have SCR to control NOx to nearly 90%. And we will allow Unit 1, our biggest NOx producer, to be retired and allow 2030 operations and beyond to have minimal NOx impact. So I can't speak into greater detail with this. I know it's showing some other power utilities, but I will say that we are mitigating emissions as much as we practically can. And the modeling that we've done, which shows that NO2, the NO2 impacts from the ambient air quality standards, We are in compliance with all federal and state laws with this application from an air permitting perspective.
Okay, I think that's all I have for right now. I do appreciate you letting me kind of throw some questions at you without having
Yeah,
that data.
happy
in
to
front of you.
follow up. Just haven't had time to look at the data yet.
Yeah, I would love to have a follow-up. So thank you. I'm sure I have some other questions, but I want to be fair to my colleagues. So I'm more than happy to
Mr.
see if
Frisbee
anyone
might
has
have
questions.
a comment too.
I could, if you pull the slide up again, just have one quick follow-up. So it's the first time I'm seeing it, but I'm familiar with all of the generating facilities, and the only one that's a coal unit's Rawhide. So you're comparing coal generation emissions to gas generation emissions of all these other facilities over a county. There's not another coal unit on there, so it stands to reason that those emissions are going to be significantly more, just like we explained the amount it's going to go down when we replace it with our gas facilities. And so I just want to make that point that the only coal unit on that whole list is Rawhide, and quick math, that's probably, Matt, about a 50% capacity factor. So I would concede that's a realistic output of that facility over the next several years. We will have shut down the other two coal units that we're partial owners of, so that'll be the sole thing until we get all of our assets in place. So it's important to make a distinction that this list has one coal plant on it that has a lot more emissions than every other generating station because they're all gas.
Thank you. Commissioner Cafalas, do you have some questions?
I do not have any questions, but I do have some proposed additional conditions of approval that at the proper time I'd like to present.
Okay, sounds good. I actually have a couple questions. I'll ask them and then go back. So it's just some of the things that we heard. I think we addressed the questions for. One person had said, were there other forms of storage available beyond battery storage? And so I just thought maybe we should ask that question. They talked about fuel cells and other kind of developing technologies with regard to storage. Do you see any promise in any of those, or is there any? Is that something that you've looked at?
I will defer to a better expert than myself.
You're getting your steps in.
Yeah, again, we have been looking at long duration energy storage. I've referred to it a couple of times. Iron ore, Form Energy. Actually had a quote from them on my desk. It's about 4x what a 4-hour battery is at this point in time, and that's why we chose to go ahead with 4-hour storage. I think it is very promising. There's a brand new plant that opened up commercial facility in West Virginia. They're starting to produce. There's some initial investors like Excel Energy and others that are taking orders for 10 megawatts of 100-hour storage. I think that when I talk to the folks at Forum, once they get up on capacity and they can take advantage of economies of scale, I think pricing is going to come down to the point over the next 10 years that it'll be fairly cost competitive with 4-hour storage, but it's a much different product. Now you're talking about having the ability to charge up an asset and discharge it over 100 hours and get yourself through a dark calm rather than relying on a gas turbine to do that. So I think there is a lot of promise out there. I think we just need time and technology and folks to get up to speed to where those costs start to become cost competitive, just like solar has, just like wind has over the last decade and a half.
Thank you. Another question, there was some suggestion of that there aren't that many dark calm days, or that there were maybe not 4 days, there was only 1 day. And can you just respond to sort of the prevalence, I guess, of dark calm days and how often those occur and I mean, are we creating this giant asset to protect from days which are very, very rare?
I can't speak to the chart that was shown up here in CSU and some kind of a hypothesis that maybe we have an operational issue with our solar sites up at Rawhide because they perform to spec and they perform based on the contracts that we have with them. So I don't think there's an issue with them. As it relates to dark calms, That data was what we saw, and our responsibility is to serve load to 400 communities. So we did see it last over 4 days. And the only reason we did get through it was because we had 3 coal units running wide open and we had our hydro at max capacity. The gas turbines that we have now, I think it's an important distinction. Those will predominantly be used to get through a dark home. They're made to start up and run for a period of time. That's why they call them peaker units. So they would start up at 3 in the afternoon, they'd shut off again at night. What people, a novice, may not know is that they need to be cooled down. You can't shut that unit down and then just turn around and hit the start button on it again. It needs to cool down. You have metal temperatures. You have different clearances within that turbine. In a lot of cases, up to 8 hours before you can restart it again. And so when you see a graphic that says, well, look at how the gas turbines are running on high ozone days right now, it's important to note that those gas turbines have operational minimums just to meet their emissions limits. In other words, the smallest gas turbines we have 65 megawatts of capacity. They can't run below about 40. Some of the upgrades we're doing, we're trying to get them down to like 35 and 34, so there's more flexibility. But what happens with those units is you end up running them inefficiently because you know you can't shut them off and restart them again. So you keep them on and you actually start another one and you keep them both at minimum load, which is an inefficient way to run them. Whereas the new gas turbines are truly there to balance the intermittency of the renewables. We already have the assets to get us through the dark homes for the most part. Those would help some, but their predominant usage is going to be the shock absorber with the wind and the solar on the system. That's the majority of the time that they're going to run. Does that help?
Yeah, that does. Thank you for explaining that.
Yeah.
Those are the questions that I had. Commissioner Shattuck McNally, did you have a couple more?
Yeah. I'm still struggling with, and with all due respect, I mean, I'm not an expert like you are, Mr. Risby. I understand how long you've been in this business and your passion and the long tradition and a track record from Platte River Power Authority, still wondering about this extra reserve, having 5 turbines versus 3, and having almost
5 versus 4, you mean?
5 versus 4, and then having almost, I know you can't predict some things, but also it almost feels we've gone all the way over here to, for the worst case scenario, which I know we should plan for because we don't know what the future holds with, some of the climate things coming our way. We have no idea what could be coming. It just seems when you're going into this collaborative and kind of having the 5 versus 4 and having the way they produce, and I understand the different things with sea level and stuff, but having that high of a reserve to go into this cooperative that you're building, I understand the value of being able to share energy, but if you're selling it to other things that are outside of the communities that you serve, it seems like we're building more than we need, that you really do need even on the worst days. So can you kind of help me understand and kind of alleviate a few of my concerns that you're building to go to 5 just so you can be able to sell more energy on this system, and then really what these communities need?
Yeah, 100%.
Is that clear? Am my question
well,
clear?
I'm not sure, but
Okay.
maybe I won't give you a clear answer so we can work our way through it, right? But I think what I heard you say is, what assurance can I get that you're not building this 5th turbine just to sell into the market and it's going to emit in Larimer County, and why do we have to do that? Why do we have to put up with that? I mean, in general, is that what I'm getting? Yeah, so what I would say to you is that I think one of the biggest, the most important point I think that's being missed about the market, because we're focusing on one piece of it, and it's this hypothetical ability to sell into the market a gas turbine, right? The vast majority of energy that's going to be transacted in the market is going to be non-carbon energy. Mayor Marsh stood up here and talked to you a little bit, and what I can tell you is that when we get to a little over 900 megawatts of non-carbon energy, about half the time throughout the whole year, just that is going to enable us to serve load 24 hours a day. So 50% of the time in a year is going to be non-carbon energy. When the modelers run their models and interact with the market and stuff, out of the 50% that's left, 25% of that we will purchase from the market. The vast majority of that will be non-carbon energy because we're in this co-op where if we're long, we're selling and vice versa. This period of time where we need to run our gas turbines will be to keep the entire system reliable, of which we're part of. And I talked about it last time a little bit, but I think a great analogy is what took place in Texas. Now, it was for different reasons. They never saw temperatures that cold, and so a lot of their gas facilities, ironically, couldn't start up because they were froze up. Had they been able to start up, they wouldn't have lost almost the entire state in electricity. They're their own market called ERCOT, right? They're reevaluating a lot of different things, but they have a lot of wind and a lot of sun in Texas. And they're shutting down coal plants and they're bringing in gas. The problem was their gas wasn't made to run when it was 10 below outside or 0 degrees, right? It was fine if it was 100 degrees. It's a good analogy of the shock absorber in the system that's needed to keep the whole market stable. It's not just about Platte River. So we're shutting down 2 coal plants in Craig, Colorado, right? Rawhide's only going to run at a 50% capacity factor, where in its life to date, I don't have the number in front of me, but it's over 80%. We're already seeing significant benefits from being part of an energy imbalance market, let alone a full-blown market. We are seeing our coal units run a lot less than we modeled them to because we're bringing in more renewables on the system. So exactly what we hoped would happen is happening. But when we lose the coal unit, which is the shock absorber in the system, we figured out how to run it between 80 and 280 megawatts. Right now, it's a 280 megawatt output plant. It's not a coincidence that 80 to 280 is about 200 megawatts that balances the system now, and we come to the conclusion when that's no longer in the portfolio, we need about that same amount in addition to the existing gas turbines, which have a completely different technology for a different reason. We need both of those to manage the system. I think it's very rare that they'd all be running at the same time unless we're in some kind of a significant dark cone. And I think probably 80% of the time, the new turbines will run because they're more efficient and they'll be balancing the intermittency of wind. It'll be the existing turbines will run to recharge battery storage or other things or get us through a day or two of a storm that happens to come through and we don't have much sun or wind. So I hope that all kind of helps together. I don't know how to answer your question about Rawhide. What I can tell you is that when CO2 goes into the environment, right, we're all living on this planet. And so what we're doing is benefiting the environment, not just locally, but in the entire region where we operate. And we're sharing with each other.
I didn't know if you have someone behind you. I didn't know if she wanted to kind of.
She can do better than me. I don't know why she didn't cut me off.
Because you had it handled, but I did want to simplify a few things. So we keep hearing about
introduce yourself too.
Oh, I'm sorry, Millie Vincent. I'm the Chief Power Supply Officer. Good evening, Commissioners. So SPP sits in an interesting position, right? So when you think about how we operate today is with our neighboring utilities, there is not a manner in which we can know all of their resource pricing capabilities, availability without being able to exert market power, right? So that would be confidential information. SPP sits as a body, it's really a regional transmission organization. I've kind of come to hate the term market because it's a regional transmission organization. It's an entity, a nonprofit entity that sits above all the utilities, if you will, to be able to see all the information of all the different resources that are in the system. And we all offer in, here is our cost to operate at different levels. so at minimum, so for instance, for unit one, 80 megawatts is as low as we can go and 280 is as high as we can go. We'll enter an offer curve that says this is how much it's going to cost for us to operate at these different levels. And all of the units do that. And they all get stacked. And then the market's job is to go out there and pick the next most efficient unit to serve the load across the region. Only SPP can do that because, again, we can't know each other's information. And just as it was spoken earlier by Kathleen, renewables are going to go first because they're the least expensive on a variable basis. And then we go to the next resources that can serve. That's why we are investing in VPP. That's why we are investing in some 4-hour batteries, because it's part of an overall solution that would help us reduce when these gas units would come into the stack, if you will, that they would be the next least efficient unit. But I think there's a really important point that I want to make about, are we just going to be running the gas units to sell them into the market? The market clears again at that next least cost for a megawatt hour. This is not something where, we have excess capacity and we just push it into the market. That will impact the actual market price. It's just like it kind of comes closer to any other commodity. You oversupply, the price collapses. So there is no incentive to sell gas when nobody needs it. And then the other piece of it is, if there is another more efficient unit, it will come into the stack before ours will. But if you take ours out of the stack, then someone else in the footprint has to serve that energy, and it's not going to be as efficient as ours. So that's the overall big picture that I want to make clear, is that this isn't in any way, shape, or form about us having something that somehow we can just take to market and people will buy it. This is about serving at the next efficient level. And if we aren't providing this type of resource, it's most likely it is going to be served by a dirtier, less efficient resource. I hope that helps.
Yeah, that's helpful. And that helps kind of, helps me kind of understand kind of what you're building with this partnership, collaborative. So, all right. Thank you. Mm-hmm. Appreciate it. Appreciate you entertaining my questions.
Sure. Do you have more questions?
I guess, I think Commissioner Cafals has got some suggestions for more conditions, and I have a feeling we're kind of similar on that. So I'm going to let him introduce his. But can you just share real quick why, when we heard from the audience, and this is kind of that rebuttal, that you could sign that you would not be using these gas turbines during high ozone days when it's really critical that we don't add at all. And the rest of us are asked to stay home and not drive and do certain things that as a community organization would consider something like that. I understand there's the shock absorbers in the system, but there's also the kind of the pros and cons of contributing to the ozone issue as we're having those really critical days.
Right. Thank you, Commissioner. So is the question, why can't we put operational limitations on the turbines on high ozone days? I will attempt to answer that. And I will attempt to answer that as briefly as I can, but I may ask for support. If the turbines are called upon to operate and ozone is high, and we can debate contributions and how much is influencing the overall ozone impact. If we do not run those turbines, it means that there's a load that still needs to be served because wind and solar aren't producing it at the moment. The market doesn't have those resources to serve load. So someone is short somewhere. And so those turbines, when they're operating, will be the least carbon emitting, lowest NOx, lowest VOC sources we have at Rawhide. If we don't run them, someone will run a unit somewhere else to fill that gap because there aren't solar and wind and renewables available to fill that gap. So the reason why we don't or can't entertain, at least at this time, putting those restrictions on is because if we curtail our unit, the market is still going to need that, and we're going to have to buy into the market to serve the gap that we still have. So the emissions are going to happen somewhere, and it may not be from the lowest, from with post-combustion controls, reducing NOx, reducing VOCs. We don't know what those needs are going to be just at that time. So artificially curtailing them won't solve the problem of the ozone in this region. It's going to have emissions somewhere else. Some other unit's going to have to fire. And we would prefer that those turbines be the primary source when the wind and solar is short.
Okay, thank you.
Any other further questions, commissioners? Shall we take a break before we deliberate, or would you like to keep going? Would you like to take a break before we deliberate, or should we keep going?
So the proposed conditions of approval that I have would be part of the deliberation.
Yeah, I believe that would be part of the deliberation.
May we take a?
I think we should take a break. We could have dinner. We're gonna take a half an hour. We're gonna break for dinner. We'll come back for deliberation. Thank you.
I don't need to eat. I was gonna say.
Good evening, everyone. We are back from our break and we are ready to start on deliberation unless the commissioners have any other questions. Commissioners? Nope. All right. Commissioner Kavalis, will you get us started?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. So we're in the deliberation phase, is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
So I'd like to respectfully offer some of these conditions of approval for discussion for consideration. It is my opinion that one of the issues before us is for various reasons, not pointing the finger at anyone, but there's a sense of mistrust, and I know that's come up before, and as a way of building some of that trust, that's one of the things I'd like folks to keep in mind regarding these proposed conditions of approval. I also think that at the March 10th hearing, between March 10th and today, and certainly this evening, various issues have been brought up regarding the review criteria C and E, and I think that if there's consideration for what I'm about to propose, that will help reassure us that those criteria are adequately being met, complied with, and of course, criterion C having to do with that a decision was made regarding the best alternative available, and criterion E dealing with mitigation strategy. I think if we consider these, then it will strengthen the application and provide a little bit more reassurance. And I'll just state that it's important for me to keep an open mind to these, and that will help me make my final decision. So, with all that said, may I continue? So the first one, and these first couple of ones deal with criterion C, and this one, and again, it's based on issues that have been brought up in reply letters and discussions and all the rest. But regarding the role of Platte River Power Authority in the Southwest Power Pool West, the thing I'd like to consider is the following: that there would be a requirement that PRPA would have to submit a detailed analysis demonstrating how its SPP West membership will be utilized to manage renewable energy intermittency and potentially reduce the need for the proposed gas turbine capacity. It is my opinion that, and I can slow down or I can repeat, that would help us to have a greater sense of the regarding the capacity issue. The megawatts 285 versus 160. Another condition of approval. I appreciate you keeping an open mind.
Would you mind repeating your first condition for us,
my goodness.
please?
Okay, I guess folks are listening. I appreciate that. In essence, it's as follows: that there would be a requirement on Platte River Power Authority to submit a detailed analysis demonstrating how its Southwest Power Pool West membership will be utilized to manage renewable energy intermittency and potentially reduce the need for the proposed gas turbine capacity. And I didn't state this, but this analysis could include firm commitments and operational protocols related to resource sharing and dispatch within the SPP West 2. And I recognize, I think one of the speakers from Platte River mentioned that this would exclude, of course, any type of proprietary information and that sort of thing. So is that helpful? So an analysis demonstrating its involvement role with the SPP West. The second thing gets back to the ozone alert day restrictions, and there are different opinions about that, but I'd like to suggest the following: a condition that would limit the operation of the new gas turbines for the purpose of exporting power outside of PRPA's service area during designated ozone alert days. And I recognize, one of the qualifiers could that of that proposed condition would be that when there is a call for energy from the pool, then that would be excluded. But in terms of high ozone alert days, when there's not a call for that energy, some kind of limitation on the export of energy on those bad pollution days. Another option could be as follows, and I'm sure our public health person will have something to say about this. Perhaps develop and implement a binding agreement with CDPHE, the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment, to minimize turbine operations during ozone season, especially for export. The takeaway, I hopefully you got the takeaway, and that is to do our best to limit use of the new turbines during high ozone alert days, recognizing what folks have said, that if there's a call for that energy, that would not be part of, that would undermine the participation in that power pool. Or an alternative might be to work out some kind of agreement with our friends at CDPHE. Did you want to comment on that, or why not?
Yeah, sure. One thing we have to consider when we're doing these is how to enforce these actions. So instead of it being a requirement, maybe a best management practice. On these type of Title V permits, there are so many conditions for each turbine in particular. They're all on continuous emission monitoring. They have hourly rates, they have daily rates, there's annual tonnage, there's specific reporting. And even the coal unit itself, that one has an unlimited number. There's multiple point sources of emissions out there. One thing, too, I want to bring up, even the oil and gas industry, they are still under a best management practice for forecasted ozone days. So looking at this, broadly, I'm not sure how enforceable something like this could be. We do not inspect Platte River Power. We are we inspect synthetic and minor sources here in Larimer County. So I'm not sure who you would have oversee those practices of verifying that they reduce their operations during those forecasted high ozone days.
May I, Madam Chair?
Yes, you may.
No, I appreciate that. That's a valid observation from your subject matter expertise. The issue that I'm trying to address, and if this is not the best way to address it, is how can we limit the use of the proposed aeroderivative turbines on high alert, high pollution days, if there's not a call from the system, the pool, to receive some of that energy. That's what I'm trying to get at. So you can give that some thought.
Is that something we have the applicant also kind of talk to?
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
I'm anxious to hear.
Oh, yeah.
If any of this stuff is feasible, or what the applicants think. But may I get through the rest of mine before we dissect them a little bit? So the next one, and maybe this is being addressed or it has been addressed, but the issue of, it's come up that, the 160 megawatts versus 285. And I think I understand about discussions around sea level and capacity and all of that. But one thing for consideration is the following. To provide a condition that would require PRPA to provide a comprehensive and transparent analysis with supporting data specifically justifying why the 160 megawatt capacity alternative that was identified in the IRP, unless it wasn't identified in the IRP, is insufficient to maintain reliability and affordability. So this analysis could include or could detail specific scenarios, grid conditions, and other kinds of details. The next thing I'd like to bring up, if I may, is this is more regarding criterion A, which is the mitigation strategy. And we didn't really talk about it much this evening or this afternoon, but it was raised at the March 10th hearing and that is the interim period when potentially the aeroderivatives are online and the coal-fired plant is still online, those interim emissions. And so this proposed condition would be something around specific emission limits for both the existing coal unit and the new gas turbines during that 2-year interim period, 2028 through 2030. That would go beyond what, the minimum regulatory requirements of CDPHE. And this could also be tied into ozone season, especially during those 2 years. And then finally, I would offer the last condition of approval. And we didn't talk about it much tonight, but it's been said that there have been different statements read about or stated regarding the hydrogen viability of the proposed aeroderivative CTs, and this would be beyond 2035. But here goes: a condition requiring Platte River to develop and submit a comprehensive alternative long-term emissions reduction strategy to be implemented if hydrogen conversion proves not to be viable by a specified date, and perhaps provide progress reports on how that's going. So I guess a backup. It's been again, there have been different references to whether or not these proposed natural gas turbines could use hydrogen in the future. And so this is suggesting, really tracking that, looking at the technologies, but then also providing a backup in terms of how we would ultimately, over the next 20 years, address some of the air emissions concerns. Thank you. So that would be very helpful, and I'm open for discussion, of course, the viability of any of that. But I do think it's important that we provide some additional reassurance to folks that we're meeting criterion C and criterion E, and ultimately that's really what we have to base our decision on. Thank you.
So, Commissioner Kafalis, are you saying that you would approve the application with these conditions or some variation of these conditions?
That is correct.
Okay. It might be helpful to, to me, the reporting, some of the analysis that you've called for could be potentially provided at the time of the technical review. Is that correct? So I think that the reporting certainly seems doable. We may have the applicant come up and speak to what we were talking about with CDPHE and minimizing the use on the high ozone days.
Madam Chair, may I ask for a clarification?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thanks. Before we have the applicant come up, Commissioner Kafalis, I was writing down what you had suggested, and I just wasn't quite clear on. I think it's your fifth condition about condition A. I wasn't really sure what you were asking there.
You were referring to the fifth one that I offered?
Yeah.
Well, that one has to do with mitigation measures beyond 2035 regarding hydrogen viability.
Okay. Thank you.
And the idea would be to submit some type of alternative long-term emissions reduction strategy to be implemented if it's determined that hydrogen may not be available, for a long time.
So is there 6 or 5?
I lost count.
I counted 5.
Okay.
2 had maybe a couple different options.
That's true.
That whether it was something with CDPHE or some restrictions on ozone alert days.
Yeah, the first one was to clarify the role of Platte River in the SPP West. The second one was an attempt to address some of the concerns raised about ozone alert days and whether or not there could be some reasonable limitations when there's not a call on the energy, or perhaps work out something with CDPHE. The next one, number 3, had to do with the matter of capacity and perhaps further analysis, comprehensive, transparent analysis with data. that justifies the 200 megawatts or the higher megawatt capacity, the 5 turbines versus the 4. And then I think that's the third one. The fourth one is about interim emissions when the coal-fired plant is still operational and the gas turbines are online and they're testing. And then the fifth is the mitigation measures regarding the hydrogen viability. On alternative emissions reduction strategy if hydrogen doesn't pan out.
Okay. Any questions around that, Commissioner Shattuck McNally? You have all that?
I think so. I might see how staff writes them out.
So we actually, if one of the applicants, somebody from the applicant wanted to speak to some proposals around minimizing use of the turbines on the high ozone days.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Stevens.
Sorry. Thank you, Commissioners. A few points. We would like the opportunity to confer about Commissioner Kafalis's conditions of approval. But before we take the time to do that, we would appreciate hearing potentially other conditions of approval. I know Commissioner Shattuck McNally, you mentioned you might have some as well. I think it would be helpful to know what you guys are thinking about so we can understand the purview.
Okay, thank you. So Commissioner Shattuck McNally, did you have some conditions of approval?
Mine were very similar. I still wanted to, mine was similar about the ozone alert days and limiting the operation of turbines for exporting, especially energy outside of their service area. But seeing what we could do to eliminate, using these turbines and adding to the ozone to help provide energy elsewhere. And I don't know what that looks like or if that's even a condition that we can place on them. And then, I was wondering if we could, what kind of reports we could require, because I still have questions about, I don't know if I have enough enough information to really understand. I still have questions about the transparency, have an analysis on why 5 versus 4. So I would support that one. So those are the ones that I was really kind of looking at. And the only other one was I was looking at, I forgot where the PFAS was in this, and if that was if I could ask just about the PFAS mitigation, if that was that was one question that came up in my mind about the PFAS mitigation as part of this, and if that was in some of those on the criteria and conditions, if I could just get anyone who could clarify that. That's the only ones I have.
Was PFAS? I mean, I know they discussed PFAS, but I don't know if it was a condition or they had to do that cleanup because it was required by CDPHE.
That's correct, and I'll start and Leah can jump in too, but it's our understanding that they are required to do that cleanup of PFAS regardless of whether this project went ahead or not. So that's already underway with CDPHE. They're beginning to look at how to do that regardless of whether or not the turbines were placed in that location or not.
Okay, I just needed that confirmation. I was sitting here, I know I had read it and I just I have so many different colored tabs. I should have marked it with a big old flashing light one. So, but then if that's the only one I was considering, so then that's the only two. I pretty much, I knew I was probably, I kind of had a suspicion I'll be similar to Commissioner Kafalis on a couple of those. So that's the only ones I had, Madam Chair.
Okay, so it sounds like what you were proposing, Commissioner, was somewhat similar to what he was proposing in his condition 3 about the capacity from 4 to 5 turbines and why 160, he said why the 160 megawatt versus the 285, kind of more clarity on that, why 160 megawatts was insufficient.
Yeah.
So that was just an analysis. I mean, you know, in looking at the air quality, and the conditions under air quality, I mean, one of the things that's required is a report of how the I don't know how you say that, air mod results were different based from 5 to 6 turbines. So, I mean, a lot of this is air quality concern, and, you know, that can certainly be, you know, other analyses that were required during that technical review, which is a condition already. There's already a condition regarding that. So now that you know the conditions that are out there, my guess is that the ones that are just analyses are fairly easily done. I think the real question is around the ozone alert day restrictions. So if you can speak to that, please.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Can I ask just a couple of clarifying questions?
Absolutely.
Specifically, some of the conditions that you had, Commissioner Kafalis. So if I have it correct, I think there's maybe roughly 5 buckets. These conditions can be thrown in: SPP West involvement and our participation in it, and how that values renewables and the intermittency and so on, and some type of assessment looking at that. The ozone topic, and it sounded like there was kind of an option A or an option B. Option A being there's some type of condition that limits our operations and we cannot go above low demand on high ozone days.
May I? Thank you, Matt. With the understanding, as was pointed out earlier, that if there's a call on that energy, I think that would make it more difficult for Platte River Power Authority, so we can't provide that energy even if it is on a high alert day. Is my understanding correct, Matt, or no?
Well, I guess I'm just trying to understand if would there be a cap on how much we could operate the turbines on a high ozone day? I think that's the gist of what that is, and I think my follow-up question would be that would impact our air quality permit issued by the state, and so would the expectation be that would be some type of operational condition in our air permit?
I mean, we don't issue the air permit, so I mean,
correct. And unless we had our own air program, we can't really be more stricter on the permit conditions. That's why I was kind of leaning more towards best management practices or some kind of plan that we could have a technical review that we look at. And you know, and like I said, these Title V permits are very complex and they already have a lot of limitations for their emissions and things like that. I mean, you know, one thing, if you guys wanted, you could close your coal unit earlier. That would really help.
So, if I may, Matt, I mean, the intent is that there would be, on those high air pollution days, ozone alert days, there would be some limitation on what could be exported unless there's a call from the pool, or maybe, you know, some type of agreement with CDPHE if there's a need to adjust the air permit.
Okay.
That's the best I can do.
Okay. And I think, so the other bucket I had is some type of assessment justifying why 160 megawatts was chosen instead of 200. And then I think the interim year, which we estimate to be 2028, 2029, applying additional limits to the Unit 1 and the aeroderivatives in that overlap period. Is that a correct interpretation?
Yes, sir. And I can restate, during that interim period, specific emission limits for both the existing coal and the new gas turbines during that 2-year period.
So you would expect the limits to be more stringent than what they currently are in the current, because Unit 1 operates under a current air permit. You would expect emission limits to be more stringent in those 2 years?
With the understanding that having both of those, the proposed new aeroderivative turbines, the 5, if that's where it lands, and the coal during that 2-year period, there would be more emissions. So some reasonable limitation to try to balance that.
Yeah, no, I know we're not in deliberation, but I think that statement of more emissions, that's not a guarantee, Commissioner Kofalos. But I think, just wanted to clarify that I understand the condition. And then the last topic I had was hydrogen, doing some type of assessment of if hydrogen doesn't pan out, what are our plans?
Alternative emissions reduction plans or strategies. Yes, sir.
Okay. I think we'll have some statements, but I'll let Malie step in. I think she has some.
Thank you, sir.
Apologies, just wanted to jump back to the condition regarding whether or not we'd operate on ozone days. And unless the market called on us or said that they needed it. One thing I wanted to make clear is that's the only way that the units operate unless we're testing, and we would not be testing on an ozone day. So anytime the unit is committed to operate, that is signaled by the market. Anytime that we're told to operate at a specific level, that's according to the dispatch signal from the market. So in the market, we are selling the power that they need and then buying what we need for our load through the market.
And if I may, with that selling to the market as they need, would that apply during the interim period where you're testing the system, or would that be post starting in 2030?
That would be during the interim period as well. And it comes back to what I was saying earlier. If we were putting more onto the system than it could handle, it would collapse the prices and it would cost our customers money. So now there are instances where we would be testing the units potentially. I mean, that's required by the market. That's required even without the market, that we have to test their performance. But those would be those are as needed.
So are you suggesting that there's nothing we can do to mitigate, and that's part of our mitigation strategy, the concern that the public has raised, or at least some members of the public have raised about on these high air quality alert days, ozone? There's nothing we can do to counterbalance that?
Instead, I'm saying that the market already does that. They are only calling on us when it is needed by the region. Now, if your concern is that we would be turning on the units and having an impact here so we could serve somebody somewhere else, I come back to the point I made earlier that because of the way the units are stacked in the market, if we're not providing and we're the most efficient unit, it's a dirtier unit somewhere else that is providing that power, and that's still part of our region, if not Larimer County.
Leah suggested something like a best management practices. Can you maybe talk about what you were thinking on that, or if that might work in this scenario?
I don't have any specific ideas, unfortunately. I do want to say they did some air mod, the air dispersion modeling. And one of the things that they had to do as part of this permitting, they had to go through all of our criteria pollutants. Well, ozone is not directly created. Obviously, we need the precursors of NOx and VOCs. So they had to do a preliminary screening for that to see how our ozone would be impacted. And Air Pollution Control Division approved their modeling, which demonstrated that even in this conservative screening level, this preliminary screening, that ozone was not going to be, they weren't exceeding the threshold where it would require further photochemical modeling, more significant photochemical modeling, which is the only way to really model ozone. But so with that air mod, they were able to demonstrate that they will be less impactful in that area. It really was the NOx levels and the particulate matter coming off of burning fuel that they exceeded in that preliminary screening, and that's what we had to further evaluate in that air dispersion modeling. And that, again, is what Air Pollution Control Division just reviewed. They've approved that. Now they have to write a permit based on that to make sure that those limits stay below our air quality thresholds from the EPA with the National Ambient Air Quality Standards. And thinking about best management practices, the most common Air Pollution Control Division, CDPHE, they put out forecasted ozones. So there is a chance, that they could consider, and I don't know because everything sounds so on demand at the facility. So, and I know renewables are always the first to go, and then maybe adding in the turbines to help balance it. And in that intermittent period where we have the coal unit, the idea is that it's just there in case they need backup, from what I understand, and shouldn't be producing as much. But maybe on forecasts, if they receive a forecast, there's some practices that we could look at as part of a best management plan for our technical review. If we could consult, maybe CDPHE would have some ideas. But one thing, I don't think CDPHE is going to put any limits on their power exchanges in the pool. That's not part of the air permit. It's really just the operating of the equipment.
So I think what I would like to ask, if our understanding of these conditions of approval are accurate, I think as a group we'd like to discuss these further. Is there a certain amount of time we could be allowed to discuss this further before providing answers to these initial proposed conditions?
When you say further, are you talking having another
like the Platte River team here? If we could just discuss
like you want like a short amount of time, or do you want like
we have like a 10-minute intermission to discuss this further?
Yeah, I think that would be fine.
So, Madam Chair, I and made a statement in error when I said I didn't have other condition.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I apologize. It's pretty easy compared to these other ones, I would think, but it's one that I had written down that I just found from the March 10th meeting, and it's due to condition 32. The last one about consultation with Parks and Wildlife regarding potential lighting impacts on both off and on-site wildlife in Soapstone Prairie area, and also the avoidance or remediation of I see the PFAS is there, but also there's a lighting plan or compliance plan. That area is very important for migratory bird migration, and should not be anything that is a shocker because I talk about this constantly. And since I'm living near a project that my night sky is disrupted pretty much the whole time, but I know it's possible because other groups, large organizations have done it to limit during the Super Bowl of the bird migration, and I think they're. It's what they call it. Go Google it. They call it the Super Bowl of bird migration. But it's like it's in the fall and the spring. It's a major, major important time for birds to migrate to maybe limit nighttime operations or nighttime sky disruptions. I mean, that's like a day, I think, or a 36-hour or 48-hour period or something would do what you can to limit during construction for that migratory bird migration, because it's like when all birds, and I think we put this condition on, and Jenny, I pretty much have asked for this condition almost consistently, so staff should have it just kind of cut and paste, but it's something that I think is really critical, and that prairie songbird area is very critical, and there's been such a decrease in bird population there. This would be something that would be important for me, so.
Okay, thank you. So just so I'm clear, to do an analysis and develop a best management practice for how lighting at Rawhide would impact the migratory birds during those seasons? Just
kind of also just the construction, because I don't know if you're going to have all night long construction like some of the other things that we have approved like Halligan and Thornton, but just to take into impact kind of while construction, and if you're willing to look at overall just kind of the disruption for that Super Bowl. It's just a very short period of time at the Super Bowl of all bird migrations through that area, and I see Cassie would like to add to that, but it's just something I think we all have to. I certainly practice it. I practice what I preach. I shut down all lights at that time too. So.
And Commissioner Shaddock-McNally, could I just clarify, would you be satisfied if we replaced condition 7 under condition 32, like subsection 7, with the exterior management plan for lighting that outlines specific requirements and best management practices as it relates to construction, or do you want both?
I want both.
Okay. That's it. All right. So those are the conditions.
Yeah, that's all one I had, and that was, I apologize, that was the one I had written down from 310. I just I just opened a page like, oh, I forgot about that one. So thank you,
Commissioner Shaddock-McNally. Sorry to follow up on that.
Yeah.
I'm not entirely sure about what you are requesting in the last one because I'm not familiar with the condition you've approved in the past. Are you requiring operational and construction limits? Or are you asking that we employ best management practices?
Best management practices during that time would be to have no night sky disruption and lighting. Jenny, I mean,
If it's helpful, I can read the condition that we implemented on the Halligan project. Please substitute the city of Fort Collins with PRPA in this example, but an exterior lighting management plan shall be provided at the time of technical review that outlines specific requirements and the best management practices to be implemented by PRPA and associated contractors related to lighting operations during construction with the goal of minimizing light pollution, disturbance to nearby residents, and disturbance to the migratory birds and other wildlife. Lighting outside of the standard operating hours should be avoided and is subject to review and approval by Larimer County staff on a case-by-case basis. Lighting should be avoided during times of peak spring and fall migration as determined and agreed to by PRPA and Larimer County staff on an annual basis in consultation with Colorado Parks and Wildlife and the local Audubon Society.
There you have it.
Okay, so
Okay.
I think if we could we get 10 minutes?
Yeah,
as
yeah,
a-
let's
as a-
pause, yeah, we will pause for 10 minutes. We will come back at, what would that be, 6:06?
Okay.
Okay, thanks. 7:06. Sorry.
Yeah, is there somewhere we can go to discuss?
All right, good evening, everyone. We are back from a break, and we are expected to hear from the applicants on some of the proposed conditions that Commissioner Kafalis and Commissioner Shattuck McNally offered.
Okay.
Hi.
Hi. Hi, Kathleen Pritchard again on behalf of Platte River. So I'm going to go through what we see as the 6 conditions, and I will provide our response. And Sarah Leonard, Platte River's GC, will jump in to provide color commentary in case I get something wrong. So as we understand condition 1, which is providing a detailed analysis demonstrating how SPP West membership will be utilized to manage renewable intermittency and potentially reduce the need for the proposed gas turbine capacity, Platte River can agree to that condition of approval.
For technical reviews when we would do that, right?
As part of technical review. Yeah.
Sure.
As part of technical review, thank you.
Provide that analysis.
For condition 2, Platte River cannot accept operational restrictions at this time, but we can commit to having a conversation with staff about best management practices to minimize impacts. We envision having this conversation with staff about best management practices to limit emissions, about what is needed to keep the grid stable during technical review. For condition 3, let me just orient myself.
So this is the one where you asked for an analysis between the 4 turbines, 160 megawatt option, and the 5 turbines that we're presenting here. We can actually provide an analysis of all of our different options that we considered as part of our integrated resource plan, including the 4 turbine, 5 turbine, and other options, and we're happy to provide that to staff during technical review.
For condition 4, we again cannot accept operational restrictions at this time, but we can commit to having a conversation with CDPHE about best management practices to limit emissions in 28 and 29 when there is an overlap. For condition 5, regarding a report about hydrogen viability in the future, we can agree to that condition. And to condition 6, about migratory birds, we likewise can agree to that condition.
Thank you. Thoughts, commissioners?
I'm comfortable with what's being proposed. I understand there might be some areas that we can't put conditions or approval for certain things. So I feel comfortable with what has been proposed, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Kafalis, do you have any thoughts?
I'm also willing to accept these
Okay.
As stated, these conditions
Okay.
of approval.
So it looks like for the 2 that were not feasible, which were 2, and 4, you were still agreeing to conversations around best practices on those 2 items.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. I can live with those conditions too, so thank you. And we'll kind of, I guess, finish our deliberations and look for a motion then. So Commissioner Kafalis, do you want to make some comments before we vote?
Yeah, I certainly want to express my appreciation. There's been a variety of presentations that we've received online here, March 10th hearing, thorough presentations. The public comment has been very thoughtful. It's been said that this is a really big decision, a really critical decision. As has been stated, it's very complex and important for the county and for the municipalities that are directly served by Platte River Power Authority. It seems to me as elected folks, it often comes down to assessing options, risks, and doing our best to make the best educated decision. And I think that's where we are after the discussions and after careful consideration of all the information. I can support the 1041 permit application with the conditions that we've discussed, in addition to the other ones that are already established.
Thank you, Commissioner Kafalis. Commissioner Shattuck McNally.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to first thank all the members of the public and who came and testified and attended the last two hearings. I think in the last, not quite 3 days, we received almost 300 emails. I tried to read through most of those, or at least glance through them. So I wanted to tell you all that there were a lot of comments from the public, and I tried my best to at least read through them and understand some of the concerns. And I appreciate that a lot of them were written individually, and I do appreciate the reports that were concise to provide some of those objections in a very concise way. It is important to have this kind of engagement and have thorough discussion and public involvement. And I appreciate everyone's concerns. I share them as well. And as we know, this 1041 process and these regulations, we expanded and made even more strict and thorough, and put more tools in our toolbox back in 2021. And so there's a lot of conditions and criteria that they have to follow, more than they had to before. And so people have to really bring their A game. And we've heard that before with other 1041s. This is our fourth one this year, and it is a pretty robust process. That being said, it is there, and it's a power. 1041 is because the state granted us those powers to be able to put conditions and make sure they fit the criteria and minimize impacts to our community. And for me, this whole process has been a lot of reading, a lot of soul searching, but also just getting to really apply this particular application to the criteria, and understanding some technical things about power generation and renewables that I appreciate the opportunity to kind of stretch my brain and think about a little further than I had before, because we are kind of in a transition time, and this is really important, some of the details in getting to shutting down this coal plant. I want to thank Platte River Power Authority, the mayors that are here today, and all the staff and associated staff and directors of the power departments from the different municipalities, including my hometown of Longmont. Appreciate that. And just appreciate that some of you I know have known a long time and know that you have been fierce environmental advocates and really about reducing or eliminating our use of coal at all. And I know some of you have for years have been pretty dogged on reducing emissions and environmental protection. So I don't take this decision lightly. It's been something that I have really thought about since March 10th and the days before that, and appreciate the chance my colleagues gave for us to have a little more time to have a continuous to really dig into criteria C and E, which were really still kind of disconcerting to me, and trying to really understand if I felt like there was enough information either way for me to feel like they had met those or not. With all that being said, I do feel there's enough here, and the applicant's willingness to meet some of the conditions presented tonight, that I can go ahead and support this proposal going forward. I do understand some folks would be really frustrated. There's just no perfect answer to how we transition and move forward. I wish there was an on-off switch that we could switch off this part of it and switch on the other, and not have to have this shock absorber or whatever. But I do to try to write out maybe the extreme conditions. But that being said, we might need more than one day of dark calm. I don't believe there's it is much of a fear as maybe all of you are concerned about, I think, but I'm not in your shoes, having to make sure reliability is first and foremost, because I know I'm not a customer, but I do know I like to be able to turn on the lights and also be able to get my garage to open it so I can get out my electric car. So just knowing that that's important. So with that, colleagues, I know you probably have wrestled and struggled with this as much as I have. Just knowing that I wish there was a way for us to not have to have these gas turbines, and I still have some wonderings of whether it's 4 versus 5. But I do feel with these conditions the applicants have agreed to, and the one about wildlife and the bird migration. I think 32 conditions, and actually there's37 conditions, 38 conditions, and the technical review is still to come. I believe I can vote to support this. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. So I also want to thank everyone for coming out for the past couple afternoons. It was a lot of hours of testimony and sort of wrestling with, how to deal with this. I think the conversations were really important, and I'm glad we had them, honestly. I think that we really needed to hear from the public, and to hear the concerns that people have about both climate and air quality were really important. And these are conversations that we're going to have ongoing about many different issues. I don't doubt that both PRPA and the people that were here both really care about transitioning out of coal and into renewables. And I don't know that there's a way to do that without these gas turbines. It seems like it would be nice if there were, but the technologies that we envisioned maybe 5 years ago when we set these goals, or 7 years ago, we're not quite there yet with some of that technology. And that's why we need these transition technologies. And so, I know people are concerned about air quality, and I very much hear that. I serve on the Regional Air Quality Commission and the Non-Attainment Area Air Pollution Mitigation Enterprise. So these are issues they're near and dear to my heart. I will say, as we're all responsible and for doing our own piece in this, and some of that is not driving cars everywhere. And so, transportation is a huge part of our being in a severe non-attainment zone, as is oil and gas. So these are things that we really all need to work on as community members. I would encourage people to attend the Regional Air Quality Commission, because there are a lot of control measures that are being considered to really have an effect on our ozone situation. But it's bad, and a lot of it is, our topography and our weather, and those play major roles in that. And it has been really hard to get to those attainment. A place where we're in attainment, we haven't been successful at that. So. I would encourage people to kind of watch some of the work that's being done at both CDPHE and the RAC, because I think that they are also wrestling with how to get those numbers down. But I know getting coal off, getting rid of a coal plant is going to be a huge piece. It's a huge piece of improving our air quality. It's a huge piece of answering our climate questions. And so we need to do that. I'm glad that I appreciate PRPA for looking at the conditions and really seeing if you felt like you could be in compliance. Some of this is sort of out of our control. Air permits, we don't issue air permits. That's done at the state level. But I appreciate your willingness to think about ways that you can affect air quality, and that you can use best practices when it comes to those high ozone days. And I think that is a good result of this deliberation. So with that, I will support the application with the conditions that are in the book recommended by staff, and the conditions that have been recommended tonight. And so let's see, Commissioner Kafalis, will you make a motion?
Yes, as soon as our colleagues post it with the additional conditions.
Well, bravo, staff. That looks great.
And before I offer the motion, just to clarify a little bit more, we're not, condition 32, we're just changing it, is that right? To reflect We're not adding anything there.
That is in addition to the existing 8 subsections to that condition. So this is number 9. That's a new one.
Understood. Thank you. As such, I move that the Board of County Commissioners approve the application for a 1041 permit for the Platte River Power Authority Rawhide 1041 permit, file number 24-zone 3715, subject to the conditions of approval as recommended in the staff report and the conditions of approval as follows as appear on the screen.
Thank you, Commissioner. There's a motion on the table. Any further discussion on this item? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. That motion passes 3-0. Thank you, everyone, for coming out. Hey, we have one more land use item if anybody wants to stick around. So we have our next and final item is the Stonewall Estates Subdivision, file number 21, land 4194. And we will let folks, it looks like no one's taken me up on the offer to stick around for the land use here, the last. It's 4.5 hours was enough. So we will start that in just a minute. All right, so is there a staff presentation on this item?
Yes, Senior Planner Samantha Mott will be giving a presentation.
All right, Samantha, you're up.
Great. Can you hear me?
We can, thank you.
Okay. Good evening, everybody. Samantha Mott, Senior Planner. I am presenting to you the Stonewall Estates Subdivision, file number 21, land 4194. The property is located 250 feet north of the intersection of West County Road 6 and South County Road 23. It's on the east side of the road. The address is 616 South County Road 23 in Berthoud. The request is preliminary plat approval for a subdivision to divide an existing 19.97 acre lot into 4 single-family residential lots. It's located in the RR2 Rural Residential Zoning District. The applicants are proposing a 3.95 acre lot, a 3.17 acre lot, a 3.67 acre lot, and a 6.55 acre lot, which would be the one on the far east. I do want to point out that at the Planning Commission, one of the planning commissioners brought up there may be a discrepancy. If you add up those lot sizes, it does not equal 19.97. And I just wanted to point out that's because in those numbers, the 40-foot wide access road that's along the north end of all those proposed lots is not included in that acreage. If you add that, it's a little over 2 acres and it totals 19.97 acres. The access is off of South County Road 23. There is currently an access point for the existing home, which is on the furthest west lot, Lot 1. As part of this, they will close that access and relocate it on the north end of the lot, higher up on County Road 23. And then all lots, including the Lot 1, which is the furthest west with the existing home and other improvements, will all take access off that new road. Water is to be provided by Little Thompson Water District, which currently serves the existing home, and sewer will be provided by On-Lot Septic Systems, which also currently serves the existing home. The fire district is Berthoud Fire Protection District. Referral agencies provided comments. I did include in the staff report as well as the slide a list of all the referral agencies that did indeed provide comments. I also want to point out that staff did receive comments from 5 community members when this went to Planning Commission, and as the Board of County Commissioners probably noticed, we received an additional 2 comments between Planning Commission and this Board of County Commissioner hearing, and those were attached to the Board of County Commissioners staff report. In reviewing this proposal for a subdivision,
The review and decision-making bodies shall consider the general approval review criteria, both in Article 63.8D of the Land Use Code, the general review criteria, and if the proposed subdivision meets the preliminary plat criteria in Article 655D1 of the Land Use Code. That's included on pages 284 and 290 of your packet. I should also point out that that review criteria points to Article 4 of the Land Use Code, which is development standards, which includes things like adequate public facilities. So we look at water, sewer, drainage, fire protection. And Article 5, which is land division standards, which talk about easements, lot configurations, that kind of thing. I wasn't going to go over the review criteria. It's been addressed in the staff report on those pages, as I mentioned, but I do have it on the slides, and you're welcome to have me go over that or answer questions about that if you like. At this time, the Development Services team finds that the proposed request does meet the review criteria from the Land Use Code, and they have proposed conditions of approval, which are on page 291 of the packet. The Development Services team, along with the Planning Commission, are recommending the Board of County Commissioners approve the Stonewall Estates subdivision, subject to the conditions that are noted in the staff report. I should mention that the Planning Commission, this went to Planning Commission last month, and it was approved unanimously with a vote of 7-0 to recommend to the Board of County Commissioners to approve this. And I do have a suggested motion. And I also have, there are 11 proposed conditions of approval, and I do have those in the slide, and I'm happy to go over those now or later if the commissioners have any questions. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Samantha. Any questions for Samantha or anything you'd like her to review? Commissioner Shannock McNally.
Samantha, I was going back and looking at some of the comments from people who live there. And some of the things that we sent about drainage, and also, so that's how would that be addressed? It seems like there's one property. And I know there was a professional analysis in here, but I'm still wondering about that. And then. And since we've had a lot of other things in our brain tonight, can you tell me if that road is curated Trillium, is it a private road that they maintain, or is that something that is, what's the agreement with that? So those are my first two questions.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I will turn this over to Connor Sheldon and let him answer those two questions. Thanks, Connor.
Yeah, I'll start with the road and then work into drainage. So the road is going to be in a public right-of-way, but privately maintained. So there will be a road maintenance agreement that these lots will have to all agree and sign into as a part of the final plat to maintain the road. But it will be a public right-of-way. Anyone can use it, and it has a turnaround at the end that meets standards so that emergency service vehicles and things like that can get turned around as well. That'll meet our Larimer County Rural Area Road Standards local low volume section, which again will be included with the technical documents provided at final plat. Regarding the drainage, they did submit a drainage report prepared by a professional engineer. It's a preliminary drainage report for the preliminary plat. It does drain to a low point historic area. The drainage report has concluded that the limited impervious area on the big lots will produce minimal impacts, and it'll just mimic historic flows. We'll have to have roadside drainage as a part of the road section that I just mentioned, the local low volume, so they'll have swales on either side. And then as far as the houses impervious area, it'll produce according to the drainage report, minimal impacts on those historic flows. So there is a low point that drainage has accumulated historically on this lot and the lot to the north. That kind of splits the lot line low point. But those drainage impacts from this additional impervious area won't affect that. And I can let the drainage engineer, if they're present, speak to it a little more.
So I have a couple of questions from what you said. So let's go to the first one, then come back to this one about the drainage area. Adding more folks coming off that, even though you're moving the access point further up north, and I know this area very well, just so I know, I live not in the exact area, but I know I drive this area at least once or twice a week, so I know this area very, very well. That speed and that turn, is there anything with your report or things we should think about having that entry point onto 23E have a little bit of an area for a pull off, or clearing some trees out so people can see that they're pulling out? It's just either way, and especially at night, it gets to be pretty black out there. And so I'm just wondering about the safety of adding more cars coming onto 23 right there with the curve. That's my first one, and then I'll go back to the drainage.
Yeah, so sight distance was the main concern with the curve. That was the biggest point that we wanted addressed. So moving the access point as far north as it could go was the best thing that could be done in terms of safety. That was not how the applicant had originally proposed it, but it was a requirement that our engineering department asked them to do. With regards to, we did have some comments at Planning Commission about people take that curve too fast. They don't follow the speed limits. And I'll say the same thing that I said at Planning Commission is we can set the speed limits. We can't make people follow it. And so, the best thing that we thought we could do was move the access point as far north as it could go, and hopefully mitigate as much of that as possible. And then, adding 3 new lots, it will add, some traffic to the area. We generally, a single family home is considered to produce 10 trips a day. That's a standard. So 3 new lots, 30 trips a day, which would be 15 in, 15 out. It's adding some traffic, but not substantial enough to warrant like a turn lane or anything like that.
Okay. Then went back to, thank you for that. Appreciate it. And I appreciate that you did move it north. I realize you did, but I still worry about that curve. And then about the drainage report, and you're not requesting any additional information. And I know you say groundwater was not encountered in complete borings to the depths. But I know in some of those areas that they've had reports like that. And then they go out and drill for the caissons for the house, and then they go down 25 feet and they hit groundwater, and all of a sudden they have triple the caissons. So I'm assuming that geotechnical report is probably the best it can be. But I'm wondering about this drainage, and even though it's seasonal, and I know there was something in here about wetlands, but it is kind of maybe a seasonal wetland in some ways. So what kind of thoughts are on, and forgive me because I read all this, but my brain is fried after the last couple hours. So help me, walk me through that.
With regards to the wetlands, I'm not sure if our environmental planner commented on this application. He typically handles the wetlands, so I'll pass that back to Samantha for the wetlands. With regards to the drainage aspect, they did submit the preliminary drainage report. That is not final, so more technical review will come at final plat. One of the things that we can do if it is a concern at final plat is have the drainage report updated to either include percolation testing, which would ensure that the new impervious area that they're adding, the flows from that new impervious area infiltrate at a rate that's acceptable. We don't want to create any issues with water rights or things like that. Again, we're probably not resolving the issue of the standing water out there right now that some neighbors have commented on, but with regards to the new impervious area, ensuring that infiltrates at a rate that's acceptable, that would be kind of a coordination effort between the drainage report and the geotech report. Or the alternative is if they can truly show additional information that negligible impervious area is being added and that those flows won't even reach that low point. It'll infiltrate before it even reaches this low point that neighbors are concerned about. It's pretty big lots. It's kind of a high likelihood of that. If they can show that with some additional drainage information, that would probably be the other route that would be acceptable to the engineering department at a final plat.
Okay, so that would be something we should suggest, or something you would If,
I'll be checking it regardless at final plat.
okay.
It's
If-
just whether
yeah,
I
okay.
take one approach or the other.
And even though that road's to the north and some of the folks that have commented, it's going to be privately maintained, is there conditions or things that, and I'm watching Frank too, because that's probably going to be a gravel road, dusty road, I'm assuming, and having 10 trips a day times four lots, right, could create a lot of dust for neighbors. That could disrupt, neighbors either way from those trips. So, is that something that could be considered for the? Just curious if that's
It will be a gravel road, all weather surface. It needs to be compacted to meet requirements. Typically on anything under 10 new lots, 10 or under, we don't consider the impacts of that, of air quality, I guess, on it. But that's from an engineering perspective. We just want to make sure that the road's going to function.
yeah, but there is dust and mitigation and increased particles. So I guess then I'm turning over here to ask Frank in the health department. So just curious about that.
Well, I think that, one, I don't know if the road standards talk about, it sounds like there's a compaction requirement. I don't know if there's stuff about mag chloride in there or any other dust treatments that they have to do annually or periodically or whatever. If you're concerned about the impact, that's something within an appropriate purview of that. I don't.
So at the county with roads, our thresholds are 200 trips per day for untreated gravel. If you go over 200 trips per day, then you have to treat it. Again, this is going to be at about 40 on the gravel road. If you go over 400, then you have to pave it. Those are just our thresholds where we would require mitigation.
And I'll just share that air quality regulations, it's the same, their standard is based off of our standards. And if we were in non-attainment for particulate matter, it's 150 trips.
That's helpful. I think that was the scope of some of my questions for now.
Commissioner Shattuck McNally, would you like me to speak to the wetland?
Yeah, that would be great.
So we did have the applicant submit a wetland delineation, and the environmental planner did comment that the provided wetland delineation, it was adequate. It noted that the potential wetland basin has appeared to have dried up and no longer contains hydric soils or vegetation other than a few cottonwoods. So there was a potential wetland buffer identified. The wetland delineation demonstrated that it had all been dried up. Therefore, no wetland buffer, no wetland there right now.
Thank you I knew I read something, but just trying to keep all the applications thick. Appreciate that, Samantha. That's all I have for right now, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Scholes. All right, let's hear from the applicant. The applicant come up. We'll have you introduce yourselves, and you'll have 10 minutes.
Hello, my name is Joel Siemens with Rocky Ridge Civil Engineering. I'm here with the owners, and I'm the civil engineer for the project. So if you have specific questions about drainage or access or utilities, that's me. So a lot of what I'll talk about is, you don't have to time me. I won't be at 10 minutes, so don't worry. A lot of what I'll talk about is just the nuts and bolts. We talked about site distances and why the access to the north is a real marriage between fire and Little Thompson and site distance and making it work. And so it was a long time coming, but we did get all the parties to agree on that location, and we got the right of way. The gravel road, the water line coming through for Little Thompson Water District, and access to all the individual lots with right-of-way access. So those were all the requirements for it and established in the plan that you see before you. The septics, we talked about the individual water laterals will come to each of the lots. We'll have a roadside ditch. So the drainage, to answer your question a little bit, they'll drain to the north to get to the swale, and there'll be a swale on that south side. It'll come to the low point and go, so it'll have to get to the swale and travel in the swale, and then there's just going to be addition of 3 additional rooftops with some gravel drives. So the likelihood of generating that flow to see anything would be pretty low. So if there's a lot more pavement with asphalt roads and asphalt drives and patios and 10 lots or 20 lots, yeah, we'd be concerned and do some detention and things like that. But with the nature and the geography or the configuration of the site being so long, it's got a good time of concentration before it hits that north property. The requirement and state law is to require that we release a historic and in a similar manner of the drainage, and because the impact is so low, and because we're not changing any of the drainage patterns, we're continuing to the north. We satisfy those 2 things. So, but with that, if you have any additional questions, I'll be with the plaid shirt back in the back. So.
Great. Thank you, Joel.
Okay.
Any questions for Joel before he leaves? We won't make you keep walking.
No, it's fine. I need to stop, so it's all good.
I'm just on a roll tonight. Lots of questions. So, with the state requirements, and you're saying not any development on that one swell, the swells and going this way. When those lots are, and maybe this is also for staff, when those are sold, they're well aware of maybe not doing any major changes to changing that drainage once, if it's platted and all those things, this one can't come onto that one lot and then change things.
Yeah, the topography is such that it'd be really hard for them to reverse. I mean, you've driven that hill, and so it's going to the north. As long as it goes to the swale and then percolates in the swale, which is LID in itself, and then gets under the road, it'll be able to be channeled to the historic low point. And so it sort of works itself out, but it'll be good to have that access to all the individual lots. And because it is a gravel road that'll meet compaction, it'll be able to provide access for all the fire trucks as well.
Okay, thank you.
Just one point to add on to that. While the topography lends itself towards the drainage not being interrupted by individual homeowners, when lots come in for their building permits, they actually are required to complete a drainage certification, and the drainage engineers are required to reference the drainage report that's on file, the final drainage report, and make sure that they're not impeding those flows in that way.
Thank you. That's actually what I was hoping to hear. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner, you have some questions? Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, sir. I just have one question. In the comments that we received regarding this proposed subdivision, it was stated that there have been occasions where especially on the east side of the property, there's been flooding, and I'm hearing that the drainage issues aren't that bad, or the groundwater issues aren't that bad. Can you offer a response to that, sir, or how do you reconcile that?
I don't have any information on the historic flooding at that point. I could analyze that basin if that's a true concern, if there's an additional house contributing to that one location and what happens downstream, but I haven't looked at that specifically.
Thank you. I'd be interested to hear from Connor. I mean, do we have any concerns about our engineering folks about
Sure.
potential flooding of this property?
With the proposed layout, as in the larger lot sizes and the limited impervious area, I'm less concerned about historic conditions of standing water. I think it's less of flooding, like what we consider a floodplain or flood mitigation, and more of a, because of the soils, there's occasionally some standing water out there after large events. So the drainage report, as Joel mentioned, the final drainage report will take into consideration those large events and ensure that we're not having negative impacts on the surrounding area. And if we need to, we could add building envelopes, or there's other mitigation measures that we can do at final plat to make sure that we're not putting a house in a historic standing water area or things like that.
And we can do another site visit to be specific. We can do another site visit to be more specific on the east side to see.
Yeah, I think it would be helpful. I just want to make sure that we're addressing any potential flooding issues, and I wonder should this subdivision go forward, folks who would be interested in purchasing those lots, how well are they informed that their potential for high groundwater, regarding basements or anything like that? That might be a question for staff. Samantha, is that okay, Madam Chair?
Well, they'll have access to the geotech reports, so there'll be individual holes as well. There'll be a foundation design, and for each house that goes up, they'll have an individual boring done at that location at 20 and 25 feet to see where the groundwater is. So,
and when the homes or the lots are put on the market, that kind of information is available to potential buyers who.
We have a preliminary geotech report done right now, and then when they find a specific site, they'll drill specifically on that location to get that permit.
Commissioner Kafalis, we also, as part of the final plat, we can put notes on the plat, but we have a document called a disclosure notice, which outlines things that potential buyers should be aware of, and that gets recorded as well. In addition, we also do a development agreement that has information as well. And all that, both of those documents get recorded as well as the final plat.
And that's something you normally do?
Correct.
All right.
With land divisions.
Thank you, Samantha.
All right, any other further questions before we open to public comment? Okay, thanks, Joel. We'll reserve the right to call you back up if we have more questions. So we will now open to public comment. Is there anybody in the audience that wants to give public comment on this item? Seeing no hands raised, is there anyone online who wants to give public comment?
If there is anyone online that would like to make public comment, please use the raise hand function now. There are no hands raised.
Okay, we will close public comment. We will, won't be a rebuttal necessary since there was no public comment. Bring it back to the commissioners for any other questions you have before we begin deliberations.
One quick question just to confirm, because I was just looking through some of the neighbors' comments that they're saying this is a floodplain. There is no floodplain there.
There's no floodplain.
Okay, so I just wanted to confirm that. Okay, thanks.
Any questions, Commissioner?
I do not have any questions.
Okay. Commissioner Shattuck McNally, would you like to begin deliberations?
Yes, thanks, Madam Chair. Like I said, I understand and sympathize with a lot of the neighbors' concerns. And I understand why a lot of folks out there are used to having a lot of the long lots that have one home and that have cattle or other information, horses, and only one home per lot. And I know this is not ideal for some of them to see more houses, and that brings more things, and it sounds like the mitigation for the road and the drainage is going to be addressed. We have criteria for this kind of proposal, and I read through the staff report. It seems staff feel really confident they've met all their criteria. My concerns about the road were already addressed, but I wanted to just confirm that we've taken every opportunity to reduce the safety concerns with that curve, because it is a dark curve at night, and I just want to make sure there are already many crashes out there, and that we're just keeping folks safe, especially a lot of high schoolers who drive that way from Berthoud High School. So it's a concern of mine, and I hope the applicants understand that. I do appreciate kind of some of those things you're going to do to check on the standing water and the percolation. I think that is important. That area is well known for, clay soil, impervious soil, slate. There's a mixture. It's a mixed bag of soil types and water tables. And also I just think for any person buying property out there and being subdivided, it's always good for a buyer to be aware and do their own testing and expand on that. So I appreciate that staff will put some of those buyer I wouldn't say warnings, but things to consider, because I do think it is some caveats there with buying property with drainage and other things. I do share a lot of the neighbors' concerns. It does seem like the applicant and the staff have tried to address some of those, and about the dust, and hopefully the road is maintained to a level that, I know it's not fun to have dust blowing through your road because everyone's coming back and forth. So I understand the neighbors' concerns, but I don't know if there's enough for me to deny this application or vote to deny this application based on the other things. And so I will reluctantly support this application with the conditions that staff have placed on there, which I think have been appropriately and adequately addressed some of my biggest concerns. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Shattuck McNally. Commissioner Kafalis.
Thank you, colleagues. I too will support the subdivision proposal before us. I base that decision on the findings of our development services team and their recommendation to support this. Also, the discussion at the Larimer County, the Planning Commission, I believe they voted 7-0. I certainly want to acknowledge there's at least two written comments that we received more recently. One is pretty extensive, and it seems to me that the conditions of approval at least attempt to address some of those concerns about drainage and flooding. And I think the additional information about disclosure, and whatever adjustments we need to make in the final plat, that's all very helpful, and that is why I can support this.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'll also be supporting this application. I did read through, since we had no one that came in for public comment, we did read through the concerns that the neighbors had. I mean, some people just really don't want a subdivision, and but it is appropriate land use in this area, and the lands have been divided already in this area. There's plenty of other properties similar to that in the same area. So, there again, I think that the issue with the road has been adequately addressed. It sounds like there's, every once in a while there is standing water in a lot of places, I guess, if there's a big rain event. But it doesn't sound like we're concerned about that in any kind of way. So it seems that this has met all the criteria that we have for a preliminary plat approval. So I am supportive, and I will ask, Commissioner Shattuck McNally to make the motion on this item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't know, staff, you could pull that up quick. I was just looking for, or you give me a page number. I was trying to find it. I had it out earlier, and then I put my to.
Bear with me, commissioners. I can pull that up for you one moment.
Thank you. I have it here. Okay, I have it.
Okay, sorry about that.
That's all right. I just should have kept my page marked. And I just hope, I did see some things here from, just Madam Chair, if I just add to the applicants, it sounds like the neighbors have felt kind of like some of their way of life, agricultural and cattle, that maybe have been disrespected by having golf balls or disruptions. And I'm hoping that you'll understand that, maybe building some bridges and being a little more thoughtful about disrupting neighbors would be helpful. I don't like hearing about that. And no, that's during the hearing, but I just want to say this great time to build bridges and unity and make neighbors. So I move that the I move that the Board of County Commissioners approve the Stonewall Estate Subdivision file number 21-LAND 4190, subject to the conditions as outlined by staff. Is that?
Thank you. There's motion on the table. Any further discussion on this item? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. That motion passes 3-0. There is no more business to come before this board, and therefore we are adjourned at 8:11 p.m. Thank you, everyone.